Sure. All right, people are still coming in from that side. All right, good morning. Man, I'm excited. My name is Don Wettrick, CEO of STARTedUP Foundation. Unbelievably grateful that you guys are here. But before we get into the student presentations and before we get into a lot of things, I want to tell you about why we do this Innovate WithIN competition, what STARTedUP is. As you can see, our mission and vision there is we want to teach students to view life through a lens of innovation and entrepreneurship while building a life of purpose. And our vision is that we want to build up a generation of an opportunities are everywhere mindset, fueling innovation and hope for our communities, country, and the world. We do that, and our core values, you can read all 10 of them, but really at the heart of this opportunities are everywhere mindset is what we're really fighting against. So many of our students, heck, so many adults, we're really good at finding problems, we're really good at complaining, but the ability to say, I can do something about it in a real way and not a pontificating way. Changing your profile picture is not making change. Breaking a problem down and doing something, knowing your strengths, building a team is. And that's exactly what you're gonna see today. I'm so proud of these young people because nobody here had a pitch for the sense of making a pitch. They all were solving problems. So that's one of the heart of our core values. Really on the Innovate WithIN timeline, you are looking at an entire school year in most cases of a process. A lot of our teacher fellows start as soon as school begins, and they relay on their students, see a problem as an opportunity. So sometimes these ideas came up in an engineering class, sometimes they came up in a biomed class, sometimes they came up in a language arts class. But we start in August, a lot of students go through things, they make a proposal, they get it shot down, and then they do it again, and then right around February 16th, they submit round one. From round one, we had over 3,000 applicants. It gets immediately boiled down to a top 10 per region, and then in April, we had 6 regional pitch competitions, and what you see today is the top 6 plus 4 wild cards. So big round of applause if you made it today in the top 10. These students have been preparing their pitches since, like I said, this fall of 2023. They participated in an immersive boot camp, and they will meet with mentors and grow their businesses, some of which you'll also meet in Washington, D.C., where they'll be traveling next Tuesday for an immersion trip where they'll meet government officials, business leaders, and just an all-star lineup of people to meet. Next slide. All right, our big round of applause to our host, Butler University. They're allowing us to give this wonderful auditorium. This is now the 3rd year we've hosted it, and they have just been wonderful, wonderful partners in this. And for that, let's take a quick look at their video.
Welcome to Butler University and the 2024 Innovate WithIN State Finals. At Butler, it's our mission to boldly innovate and broadly educate a diverse set of students in a collaborative, stimulating, intellectual learning environment. We are excited to have you here.
The Innovate WithIN State Finals are being held in the Schrott Center, across the quad from Dugan Hall, home of the Lacy School of Business. We're especially excited to host these talented high school students. The process they're engaged in for business creation is a highly experiential activity, something that we deeply appreciate at the Lacy School of Business and in fact helped pioneer for universities. At the Lacy School of Business, we offer an elite business education. It is heavy with experiential opportunities. For example, all of our students at the sophomore level create a real business. It has a bank account, it has investment capital, it has insurance. All of our students participate in 2 required internships. We also offer our students an opportunity to participate in student-led entities. For example, there's a $4 million student-managed investment fund. There's a student-led captive insurance company, and there's a student-led coffee shop which generates revenue exceeding $400,000 a year. We know that some of those impactful learning takes place outside the classroom, particularly when it involves experiential education. We're so excited to see what these students generate. They have amazing ideas and amazing talent.
Butler is a special place, a hub of innovation and entrepreneurship in the heart of Indiana, where we believe in the power of ideas and the spirit of innovation. Here at Butler, we are committed to empowering our students and faculty to push boundaries, think creatively, and pursue their passions. Our unique approach to education is embodied in initiatives like the Transformation Lab, where faculty members are encouraged to experiment with novel teaching and learning methods, and real business experience education for our students. This innovative spirit is what makes Butler the ideal setting for events like Innovate WithIN, showcasing the incredible talent and entrepreneurial spirit of Indiana's high school students. We are thrilled to have you here and cannot wait to see the amazing ideas you will share.
At Butler University, we're committed to innovation. We've been the #1 most innovative university. It affirms that we're accomplishing our goal of changing what it means to be a university. It also affirms that our faculty and staff are doing their absolute best at accomplishing our goal of preparing our students for successful, proactive, and creative lives. Welcome to Butler University, and good luck on your presentations.
Please welcome Emily Hawk, Assistant Dean of Innovation at Butler University.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. Welcome, welcome. I have some prepared remarks because when I get around these kinds of students in this kind of event, whoa, it's rolling. I'm going to tell you that I get a little excitable, Exhibit 1. So, to my remarks, I get the tremendous honor of welcoming you all here on behalf of Lacy School of Business and our family. So what does the family in our home, Dugan Hall, look like? You saw some of the pictures, but let me tell you just a little bit more. Dugan Hall, right across the way, as the dean told you in his video, is not quite 5 years old. It's 110,000 square feet of millions of dollars managed by students, insurance policies underwritten by students, and hundreds of businesses running hundreds of products and services, sales and growth by students. It's the home of the Indiana Small Business Development Center Central Office. Shout out to Dan Drexler and his staff and team who have coached these teams. It's filled with visiting community partners from the NCAA, Eli Lilly, banks and insurance companies, Elevate Ventures, TechPoint, and High Alpha, just to name a few. Its alum include founders like you and these students, venture capitalists like some of you and these students, experienced and passionate professors teaching entrepreneurship and innovation, marketing, insurance, international business, finance, and a few other majors to include our brand new and launching this fall, supply chain and logistics. Our family and home bring together bulldogs, political leaders from around the community, state, and country, business leaders from around the globe, students from all over Butler's campus, to laugh and learn, nap and dance, eat and intellectually argue sometimes, and grow together. We proudly get down low, on the ground, oftentimes on all fours, to love a particular dog named Blue. And then we reach as high as the stars for each other's dreams. We are the Lacy School of Business at Butler University, and we are so very glad that you are here with us today. Go students.
Oh, man, I promised my team I wouldn't go off script, but here I am. I just wanted to take a second just to embellish this a little bit. The Butler team has been above and beyond. I literally, on the side of the stage, was talking to David Watkins about how this relationship has blossomed, and Emily and her team, Michael, everybody, this has been such a blessing, so thank you. On that same note, I want to introduce to you the Indiana Economic Development Corporation for their ongoing support at STARTedUP Foundation. Here to say a few words, and also someone that has been deeply involved from a regional judge from the very beginning, is Mr. David Watkins, Senior Vice President of Entrepreneurship and Small Business at the IDC.
Thank you, Don. Well, welcome everybody. I'm so excited to be here today. This is truly has been a journey for me as well. This is the 7th straight year that the Indiana Economic Development Corporation has been engaged with the STARTedUP Foundation in the Innovate WithIN pitch competition. I myself have put a few miles on my car driving around to all of the regions. I still see some of the students whose pitches I judged over the years re-engaging in this entrepreneurial journey. So as Don said, my name is David Watkins. I'm the Senior Vice President of Entrepreneurship and Small Business at the IEDC. We are excited and just very, very looking forward to seeing these entrepreneurs, not just today, but across their journey here in Indiana as they seek to start and grow their businesses. Truly, congratulations to all of the students, and not just those who made the state finals today, but the nearly 3,000 students who engaged in an entrepreneurial idea by submitting videos and pitching at the regional finals and working with SBDC counselors, and get those who made it here today. Congratulations from all of us at the IEDC on behalf of the governor, Secretary Rosenberg, my entire team. We are proud of you, and we're excited to see where you go, so congratulations. On a similar note, we are very, very cognizant to the partners and the players in the ecosystem who make this type of entrepreneurialism a real success. That includes our hosts here at Butler University. I'm a proud Lacy School grad, so it's always exciting to be here at Butler University. We are also extremely thankful for the teachers. My mother was a teacher for 43 years. The teachers are our secret weapon, particularly those who have engaged in the Innovation Fellowship that the STARTedUP Foundation runs. A teacher can literally touch 1,000 lives. So could we give a hand for the teachers? I truly believe that our teachers helping students engage in entrepreneurialism early on will change the future of the state of Indiana. And certainly today, we are engaged across the entire state in an effort to reinvest in our entrepreneurship ecosystem, to invest in our small businesses, to launch new programming that supports the growth of these businesses here in the state of Indiana. 9 out of 10 businesses in the state of Indiana are small businesses. Half of Hoosiers work at small businesses. If we're not supporting entrepreneurs and small businesses, we're missing out on job creation, we're missing out on careers, we're missing out on community development in so many places across the state. We have launched new accelerators, a new entrepreneurship yearbook, a portal online to connect entrepreneurs to resources, a pre-seed fund. We've done events, initiatives. We've invested in autonomous race cars, microelectronics, hydrogen energy, all right here in Indiana. And those investments have been noticed around the globe. Next June, just a little less than a year from today, Indiana will be hosting the Global Entrepreneurship Congress, the first time that this event will be in the United States since it began over a decade ago. Nearly 5,000 entrepreneurs, entrepreneur-serving organizations, policymakers, ministers, international delegations will be descending on Indiana to talk about the power of entrepreneurship and the need to support young entrepreneurs like those here today. We are certainly excited by the opportunity that gives the state of Indiana, the opportunity that gives all of you, the innovators, the bold entrepreneurs, the opportunity to showcase what it really means to be an entrepreneur and an innovator here in Indiana. It requires all of us to tell that story in every corner of the state. Entrepreneurship and small business development is important in all 92 counties. There is not a community in the state that doesn't have a real impact when it comes to our entrepreneurs and our small businesses, and critical for the growth of our economy to be able to invest in what we're doing for these businesses. So I'm excited. This is always a proud moment for me, knowing how far we have come. From that first Innovate WithIN competition 7 years ago to today. The students, truly amazing. I don't know about many of you, but I certainly was lacking when it comes to my high school education because these students are doing some amazing things. So congratulations to all of the finalists. Your entrepreneurial journey begins today. Congratulations.
All right. Want to also announce the fact that today's first place winner will receive $25,000. Thank you to the Buckingham Foundation. 25K. Thank you to another terrific state final sponsor, Beck's Hybrids, for not only their sponsorship, but also their mentoring a large number of students that went through the regional and state finalists. So special thanks to Beck's Hybrids. We'd like to thank our additional state final sponsors, the Indiana Small Business Development Centers, TechPoint, First Robotics, Pacer Sports Entertainment, G-Unity, Five and Rise Marketing Solutions, Qualify, Generator, and the Indiana State Fair. We could truly not do this without you. Thank you. Then our 6 regional hosts, the Society of Innovators at Purdue Northwest, University of Evansville, Purdue Innovates, IU Indianapolis / Luddy School of Informatics Computing Engineering, Maker 13, and the Parkview Mirror Center for Research and Innovation. Finally, we'd like to thank our partners who have provided exclusive scholarship benefits to all the students throughout the various stages of the competition, which includes Purdue University Northwest, IU, both Bloomington and Indianapolis campuses, University of Evansville, Indiana, Kentucky, Ohio Regional Council of Carpenters, Indiana Tech, DePaul University, Purdue University Fort Wayne, Franklin College, and Grace College. At this time, I'd like for the judges to, in today's competition, to introduce themselves. We will start over to the right and work our way to the left.
Good afternoon. Good morning, actually. My name is Arvetta Jadonwa. I'm head of social impact for Korea LLC and also executive director of Korea Foundation. We are focused in the affordable housing communities, creating and financing communities across the country. Happy to be here today. Thank you.
I'm Elliot Parker. I'm the CEO of High Alpha Innovation. We build and invest in startups.
You can also find his new book on Amazon and Barnes & Noble right now. Elliot Parker.
I'm Anne Marie Murphy, and I'm the Associate State Director for Indiana Small Business Development Center. We work with small businesses throughout the state.
Good morning, Aaron Gillum with 50 South Capital. We're a private equity firm which leads the Indiana Next Level Fund, which is a fund of funds here focused on venture capital and investing in the future of entrepreneurship.
And Emily Hawk, you've heard plenty of me. Go Dogs.
All right, thank you, judges. All right, here's the format for today's competition. The teams will have up to 6 minutes to present, and you'll receive a 1-minute warning for our lovely McKenna. And then the judges will then have 4 minutes of Q&A time. Judges then will deliberate during lunch at the awards around 2 o'clock. They will select a first, second, and third place winner. As mentioned before, the first place will be getting a $25,000 cash prize, $10,000 in addition to each scholarship, so $10,000 per person per team in 529 funds, plus 50 hours of pro bono marketing services from Five and Rise Marketing Solutions. The second place will receive $5,000 plus 25 hours of pro bono marketing services, and the third will be receiving $5,000, and the third will be receiving $2,500 plus 25 hours of pro bono marketing services from Five and Rise. Also, the People's Choice Award winners will be rewarded with $1,500. Lunch is provided for everyone here across the street in the Fairview room. Also, the QR code you see behind me, throughout the last 3 weeks, the students have produced a video, a sizzle reel, in order to earn votes for the People's Choice Award. The voting will stay open till 1 o'clock today. So you can scan the QR code, or if you don't want to scan the QR code, it's startedupfoundation.org/PCA to vote for your favorite team. $1 is 1 vote. So like $50,000 is like 50,000 votes. Get them in there. But no, so while your votes help your favorite team, they also fuel efforts to provide scholarships, resources, and opportunities for countless students the entire year long. So scan the PCA code if you can. All right. Now down to the exciting part. This is where I get super excited. Here's the order in which we're going today. This was randomly selected. So to kick things off, from Columbus North High School, please welcome our first team, K-Pops.
In 1913, Henry Ford revolutionized the auto industry with the idea of mass standardization. He said, "People can have a Model T in any color, so long as it's black." In 2009, Uber recalibrated the transportation industry with the idea of mass asset utilization. In 2022, a 15-year-old high school entrepreneur launched K-Pops, one of Indiana's first online home-based bakeries, by lobbying to modernize the state cottage food law. Now, in 2024, Caleb Pruitt, the founder and CEO of K-Pops, is currently combining all three of these concepts into one new recipe for success: affordable, profitable, and customized. Get ready, because K-Pops is poppin'. Mass customization of your favorite desserts coming soon.
Hi, my name is Kaylin Pruitt, and I'm the CEO and founder of K-Pops Bakery. I'm 18 years old and just graduated from Columbus North High School. Now I will be pursuing an entrepreneurship and business degree locally in Columbus, Indiana, at Ivy Tech in IU Columbus, so I can continue to run my bakery, K-Pops. K-Pops is a premium home-based bakery specializing in custom cake pops and sugar cookies that are perfect for any occasion. And now, after 2.5 years of operation, I've made over 28,000 baked goods in my home kitchen alone. And my mission is to serve joy and happiness in every bite, and here are some of my happy customers enjoying their treats. And you don't just have to take my word for it, now you can hear it from my customers. One of the reasons why I love K-Pops so much is because I continually get to grow my skills in baking and in business. With entrepreneurship, you get the best of both worlds. And the first problem that I believe K-Pops can help solve is basic, standard, and mediocre desserts. I went to several graduation parties this season, and many just had these standard cupcakes, and they weren't custom to their theme. And because many of the graduation parties are outdoor, flies were eating the sugar, and I just think that's gross. So K-Pops individually wraps all sugar cookies and cake pops for preservation and convenience. A second problem K-Pops hopes to solve is job dissatisfaction. Many people are unhappy in their job, but lots of teenagers are wanting to own their own business and pursue entrepreneurship. But maybe it's hard, so I believe K-Pops can help, and I love my job and want to help other young students pursue entrepreneurship. My solution is K-Pops on-demand home-based bakers. It's the gig economy and similar to the Uber model. K-Pops will train, certify, and match bakers with orders in their local community. Some benefits to these bakers are they will have a lot of flexibility, there's a low entry cost, and they get shared profits on every delivery that they make, as well as leveraging the lessons learned and using the great brand equity of K-Pops. K-Pops has centralized the marketing, the advertising, accounting, sales, recipes, so basically the hard stuff will be done so that the K-Pops bakers will be able to focus on buying the ingredients, baking, decorating, and delivering to the end customer. Since regionals, I've taken a very strategic shift. I pitched K-Pops franchising, and now, after talking with many mentors, I have gone away from the franchising because of the high annual cost of the franchise disclosure document and the low royalties for the franchisor. And now I am on the profit sharing and hybrid model. And here are some of my mentors that have helped me make this shift. On the left is my Innovate WithIN mentor, Mrs. Daly, and there's my family, and we love working on K-Pops together and have so much fun in the kitchen. It's really grown our bond. And then on the right is Alex Cedar, one of my new mentors from Everbowl Franchising, and he helped me come up with a profit-sharing model. K-Pop's unique value is our great social media presence, our 5-star reviews, and our efficient processes. Also, the laws are continuing to change in the favor of the home-based baker under the cottage food law. So basically, you can just sell out of your home. And now, 43 states allow for online sales, and 22 states allow for retail sales. I hope that Indiana also will become one of those so we can get our name in some big box stores. Many people always ask, well, why don't you just rent space in a commercial kitchen or buy a storefront? And my answer is, why would I give up the flexibility and the low overhead of operating out of your home kitchen? Also, there are so many ovens and kitchens in the US that are being underutilized. I believe that this model is achievable and realistic because K-Pop's Bakery is profitable. We have high gross margins of 80 to 90%. K-Pop's has generated over $63,000 in sales since launch, and the demand is continuing to grow. With my regional prize money, right now I'm in the process of a national trademark for K-Pops. And if I were to win the grand prize money, I plan on recruiting, training, and certifying my bakers. Also focusing on regional marketing because I want to get K-Pop's name out there and to find those bakers. As well as working on website development, I would love to have an integrated sales cart on kpops.com. Each month, I make it a K-Pops goal to donate back to the community, and I also plan to do this with the prize money. K-Pops is poppin', and mass customization of your favorite desserts are coming soon. Thank you, and do you have any questions?
Can you talk about, I don't know if these are on, but can you talk about maybe like the average price of one of these cake pops or cookies that you're selling, just so I have an idea?
Yeah.
And what it costs you?
So an average cake pop is $2.50 to $3. I typically sell in dozens, so 35 a dozen for cake pops, and then custom sugar cookies are $40 a dozen. In materials, it costs roughly around like 37 to 42 cents per cake pop and sugar cookie. And it's really profitable because I'm operating out of the low overhead under my kitchen.
Kaylin, great presentation.
Thank you.
How do you plan to find the home bakers you're going to partner with to do the profit sharing model?
Yeah, I plan on setting a marketing budget. Actually, right now I pay nothing for marketing, which has been great. I've been able to utilize the free Instagram and social media marketing, but setting that budget and just trying to expand that out there, really start posting on I try to post daily and maybe get some more posts up there, but also I could even hire someone to work on getting K-Pop's name out there on multiple different platforms. But I'm definitely targeting like high schoolers and stay-at-home parents who are looking for that flexible job and want to earn some extra money.
I have a question, Kaylin, as well. How do you plan to ensure the consistency of your products once you bring on additional bakers?
Yeah, so I think that goes back to the hiring process. I'm not going to hire everyone that is interested, but definitely creating that quality control in the beginning and training them. I was actually able to train my parents how to do this, and throughout following the recipe, and the skills, honestly, I don't think that they're too challenging. So I believe that this K-Pops model would be great for anyone, and anyone who's interested, motivated, driven, has access to a kitchen. But I don't think you can control all of it, but definitely just trying to set that culture in the beginning, and yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. In order to keep up with these amazing students connected with each other and with us and with the resources to develop the entrepreneurial mindset, we formed the STARTedUP Alumni Association. Actually, this was actually a direct request from Governor Holcomb. Several years ago, he kept meeting students like this, and he goes, how are we staying in touch with these young people? And so we started this Alumni Association, and just grown it ever since. So here to say a few words about their experience in the Alumni Association, please welcome Josh Avila, Saeed Mohammed, Josh and Saeed Mohammed, 2023 state finalists and co-founders of Next Marketing.
That was an awesome pitch there. Real quickly, my name is Joshua Avila.
My name is Saeed Mohammed.
And we are
No, we're actually not here to pitch today. We're going to be talking about the Alumni Association. Before we get into that, I want to give a shout out to the STARTedUP Foundation and our teacher, Mrs. LaFleche, for giving us an opportunity to speak here.
And with the Alumni Association, it's such an awesome tool to actually have. It's a huge team to be an actual part of, but I think even a better word than the team is a family. It's awesome to help your business grow, but besides your business, help you grow too. And if you want to go more in depth about that.
Yeah, so a really quick personal story for us. We started with a candle company, and because of the meetings that we had with the Alumni Association, we actually branded that into a marketing firm, and we realized that we love storytelling. And the reason I'm even talking about this is because the Alumni Association helped us meet so many important people that were pivotal in our journey, and through that, we've been growing on and on.
And I would say the most important thing is change, and don't be afraid to change whatever it is that you are doing.
Of course. We changed our company, and we also changed our look. Josh got a new haircut. I don't know if you guys remember that from last year. But we've been constantly changing, and through the Alumni Association and all the people that we've met, we understood that in order to be entrepreneurs and in order to be successful people, you need to accept change.
And then now, from Floyd Central School, please welcome our next team, Blue Waters.
Looking over the Ohio River, it is sad to see a landmark of the Midwest turn murkier from its pristine ways.
In 2019, the swimming portion of the Louisville Ironman had to be canceled due to the poor conditions of the water. The water was so bad that it even required a public health advisory.
This shows the problem that is not just sweeping the nation, but the world. According to government reports, 80% of water pollution comes from agricultural runoff. Farmers nationwide must meet environmental regulations, which is where we come in. Bluer Waters has created a water filter aiming to reduce the amount of toxic agricultural runoff. After consolidating farm water, we use environmentally friendlier materials to filter out harmful pollutants. Together, I, Tucker Harris, and my partners Tyler Harris and Will Trask can create the world we want to live in. A better world with Bluer Waters.
Hello and good morning. We are Bluer Waters, and my name is Will Trask.
I'm Tucker Harris.
And I'm Tyler Harris.
According to a recent study conducted by the World Health Organization, a near 2 billion people worldwide consume polluted water on a regular basis. 2 billion. That's enough people to fill the entirety of New York City, 240 times. However, this problem isn't just something Americans get to sit back and ooh and ah at. Unfortunately, the problem of water pollution hits a little too close to home for the United States, with an estimated 26 million Americans having at least some form of contact with polluted water on a daily basis. In addition to this, a recent study by the Environmental Protection Agency recently concluded that almost 700,000 miles of U.S. waterways are polluted. And as unbelievable as what I'm about to say sounds, that's equivalent to traveling around the world 28 times. And also—
Sorry to cut you off there, Will, but what you actually said is mentioned based on 50% of all U.S. waterways. In addition to that, about 10% of people drink from polluted waters on a regular basis. Now, what's more is that polluted waters isn't just happening in running waters, but also still waters, like the agricultural basins shown on screen. I was surprised when I was told that was water too, and these agricultural issues is what we are trying to target. Now, again, my name is Tucker Harris, joined by Tyler Harris and Will Trask, and together we're going to use our business experience as well as our care for the environment to help fix this problem. We are from southern Indiana, and looking over the Ohio River, we see the problem at hand and know that there needs to be a solution. We're all committed to seeing Bluer Waters through locally, nationally, and in the future, internationally.
Through our research and conversations with industry experts, including executives at Hypro Filtration, we have decided on a 3-part filter. The first part of the filter is a sieve, much like an everyday colander that you find in your everyday kitchen, and its main objective is to remove large particulate matter. And then the second part of our filter is filled with walnut shells, coconut shells, and other mixtures of biodegradable material that can help filter out particles as small as 5 microns in size. And the third and final part of our filter is the nanofiltration membrane, individually tailored to each company regarding which specific chemicals they need removed from the water. And once the water has filtered through all 3 parts of the filter, it'll go past a device primed for measuring the amount of unwanted materials in the water, leaving us with a happy customer and even happier Mother Nature.
Now, how do we know that this product will actually work? Well, according to recent studies, eco-friendly filtration has not only been thoroughly tested, but has been proven to be effective. Now, fly ash, coconut fiber, and coconut shell have all been tested on the removal of atrazine from water. Atrazine is a major component in many pesticides and herbicides, and is what we are trying to remove. Now, they've been proven to remove up to 93% of all this atrazine from the water. In addition to this, walnut shells are another suitable alternative that have been tested in filtration.
Due to the versatility and hypothesized efficacy of our filtration system, the potential applications for our system are, well, essentially endless. The 3 potential applications on the screen behind us simply serve as examples, but are also the first 3 applications that we are planning to cover. However, we are first planning to delve into the agricultural filtration space due to the virtually untapped nature of the market.
Now, we all know why water filtration is important, but why should you invest in it? Now, you should invest in it because the water purifier TAM was valued at $32.7 billion in 2023, and it's only growing by 7.6% in the forecast period. Now, in addition to this, as it grows, our value will go up too. We're planning to go for the agricultural filtration industry, which is valued at $667 million. Now, with your $25,000, we will continue researching and developing and furthering our prototype. In addition to that, we will finish out our patent pending process that we are currently working with our lawyers for.
Now, Tucker, that's a pretty compelling argument, but why Blue Waters? Let's start with our biodegradable filtration components, which set the foundation for our uniqueness and allow us to prioritize environmental sustainability unlike any other competitor on the market. Our biodegradable filter media allows us to undercut the competition at prices well below market standard. Our biodegradability and cost efficacy facilitate our versatile filtration technology, which allow us to implement our filtration system in a wide variety of applications. In other words, we are able to individualize our filtration system to our customer needs, customizing the nanofiltration membrane accordingly.
Accounting for the cost of materials, manufacturing, and labor, our product will cost $1,350 to make, which we'll sell at $2,500 each, which is 10 times less than our average competitor. Based off of industry standards derived from the research groups such as Fredonia Group and Global Market Insight, we have calculated our business expenses as shown up on the screen, with our profit margin being a total of 14%.
Now, here are our study credits, as well as our picture credits for this presentation. Again, my name is Tucker Harris, joined by Tyler Harris and Will Trask. Thank you so much for coming out to see us today. We're just hoping for a better world with bluer waters.
Okay, I have a quick question. How are you obtaining your supplies, and how scalable is that supply of the biodegradable material?
Yeah, so we're currently reaching out to manufacturers and people who make that supply. And in terms of the scalability of the process, it's extremely scalable. We can go through our local market and just go to waterways and agricultural farmers and whatnot, as well as distributors to get our product out.
Right, and to kind of bounce off what Tucker said, I mean, there's so many types of biodegradable filtration media that could be used in the filter, and these products are produced normally, and so it's the waste product from these foods that we are able to use in the filter, so they're relatively cost effective as well.
Okay, thank you.
Of course, thank you.
It was a very good pitch. Can I ask you to clarify, is this a consumer product, or is this like a product that a municipality or a water government agency would purchase?
Yeah, so that's actually our first long-term goal. We'd love to be able to sell to our cities and our governments that want to push these environmental sustainability programs forward, and maybe be able to implement it easier than any one company would.
Good presentation, guys. Why aren't farmers doing this right now? There are other filter options in the market. Why aren't they doing it already?
Yeah, So right now, our filter is way cheaper than the other value markets. We're targeting the smaller industries and smaller farmers, so ours is naturally going to be more cost effective to meet their bottom line.
What kind of area, volume of water can your product filter? How big a space?
Right, so that's kind of the great part about it is because our design is so simple, we're able to funnel as much water as we want to. Obviously, you know, like we have to change the components once they get dirty and such, but we're able to funnel essentially as much water as we want to. I mean, provided we change the components accordingly.
That's one more question.
Yes, sir.
So the filters do need to be replaced. How often and how would that happen? Is that the business doing that? Is that the owners of the ponds doing it themselves?
Yeah, as for the maintenance cost, we see that it's either going to be yearly or bi-yearly, just based on how the filter components will be able to hold up. And so that's going to be just part of the business, and we'll have to go in and fix that.
Yeah. And a lot of that's going to depend on how much water is funneled through, right? Because if like someone's only funneling like, I don't know, like 4 or 5 drops of water through like a day, the filter components don't need to be replaced on a monthly basis. But if you're going to shuttle like thousands of gallons throughout the tube, probably fairly regularly.
Yeah, I've got one more question
Hi,
here.
of course.
You mentioned that you would utilize the $25,000 prize money for research and development. In terms of a timeline in bringing the product to market, what does that look like?
So essentially what we're working on now is we're working on making our drawings for our patent. So once we finish that, we take it to prototyping. Fortunately, we already have most of the research that we need. So the prototyping stage shouldn't be as long as it maybe reasonably would for another invention.
We're hoping to have it on market in 2025.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We are fortunate to be able to connect our students and educator fellows to so many amazing organizations and people in our state's entrepreneurship ecosystem. One of those partners is the Venture Club of Indiana, who invited our state finalists and members to the Alumni Association to attend their recent innovation showcase. Here to share a few words, please welcome Claire Newman, Executive Director of the Venture Club of Indiana.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is so good to be here with you all, and what an encouragement this event is. We did just have our pitch competition 2 weeks ago, and let me just say, I was back there thinking about, man, how can we make this personal? The STARTedUP Foundation is the future of the Venture Club of Indiana, and these are the next innovators, these next investors who will be members of the Venture Club at some point. So it is just an honor for me to be here in encouraging and uplifting and empowering the next generation of leaders in the state of Indiana. So I feel like I could leave it at that, but I'd love to advocate more for the Venture Club. We are a network of investors, founders, service professionals, innovative professionals, and community members in the state of Indiana, connecting all 4 corners of the state in the spirit of innovation, economic development, and we do this through monthly events. So we really want to engage our membership by offering valuable and relevant panel discussions. We've been talking about all of the topics out there: AI, your exit strategy of your business that you hold so dearly. And next week we'll be talking about or celebrating our winners from the showcase. Then we're going to be talking about sports tech and all that's happening here in Indiana. So we are just nonstop and going. And we like to say we're where capital connects. And so we're not just here to have, enjoy each other's company. That's a huge part of it. But we really want to connect capital and make a difference in Indiana through that. I was thinking of Innovate WithIN, and I was like, that's really where it starts. Innovation starts in here. And that's why all of you students are here today. You're pursuing what's in here, and you're putting it out into the open, which is a very vulnerable thing. So congratulations to you all. And at Venture Club, we want to be the community, the safe network, the place for those innovative ideas WithIN here to come out in conversations and sharing deal opportunities in Indiana. Indiana is such an exciting place to be in this industry. We were just voted by Forbes second best place to start a business. I mean, there's no more exciting place to be than here in Indiana right now. So with that, I want to welcome the future of the Venture Club of Indiana and our next presenters from Southwood Senior High School. Please welcome our next team, Skyguard.
Precision agriculture has a problem. Herbicide is wastefully applied on our food. At Skyguard, we seek to develop and license pest identification algorithms. Using our software products, farmers and drone operators will use less herbicide for the same result. Help us make the future of agriculture safer and more efficient with Skyguard.
All right, good morning. I'm glad you all made it. I'm very glad to be here. I'm sorry I can't offer you a delicious cake pop. But what I can offer you is a choice to invest in the future of agriculture. But let me back up. Our agriculture experts are having problems. One of them is application of weed killer herbicide. The predominant method for applying weed killer for decades has been full application, and as the name suggests, it involves conventional drone sprayers, crop dusters, or even boom sprayers applying a constant and indiscriminate sheet of herbicide to an entire field. There's a lot of problems with this. First and foremost, it's inefficient. It wastes time, it wastes labor, it wastes money, and it wastes herbicide. Second, there are health issues associated with irresponsible or excessive use of herbicide. I see a way to the future of agriculture that doesn't rely on these antiquated methods. My name is Luke Herring. I'm from Wabash, Indiana, and I started Skyguard to offer a convenient and modern product application service. Skyguard seeks to change the future of agriculture by combining drone agriculture with AI image recognition to develop a more precise, a more efficient, and a faster service at a lower cost to our customers. The way this works is fairly simple. First, an imaging drone takes aerial photographs of an entire field. Onto that, we apply a commercially available plant ID AI to tell us where every weed is while ignoring the crops. From that point, we use our own homegrown adaptive AI to develop a custom and efficient route that a drone applicator should take through that field to spray most efficiently. From that point, it's just up to launching the drone and have it follow the instructions. Now, I know that my startup is financially viable. I did the math. I've calculated my total startup cost to be a little less than $17,000. Of that $17,000, $9,000 is to be spent on drones. That's one applicator and one imager. I've allocated $6,000 for various equipment costs. That includes battery banks, controllers, and of course, one of my largest expenses, software. Finally, I've allocated $1,621 for training and licensing to ensure that the business is run competently and legally. Now, all this upfront cost pays back to our customers. I've calculated my ideal service offering price to be $12 per acre per treatment, which is competitive with some of the most affordable crop dusters in my region. On this $12, I incur $5 per acre in material expenses. That's not only herbicide, but also electricity and, of course, maintenance. Now, I'm lucky enough to be from Wabash, Indiana, and I really couldn't ask for a better place to start an agriculture business. So, Indiana agriculture, as we all know, is a very important part of our way of life and our economy. The Indiana agriculture industry is valued at more than $35 billion and growing. Additionally, by inserting myself into the drone business, I joined one of the fastest growing sectors of agriculture across the globe. The drone agriculture industry worldwide is valued at $8 billion, growing at 23% year over year. Now, I know that my business is financially viable and scalable, and I know this because I've found 3 vectors of scalability which make it an investable project. First is the physical scalability of drones. As my business grows and expands and as I become a more competent entrepreneur, I can use larger and faster drones to deliver the same exceptional service at a lower price. Second is fleet scalability. Now, traditionally, by law, drone operators have been limited to 1 drone per operator at a time. However, as we all know, innovation has taken many steps forward in the last few years, and the FAA is willing to grant exceptions to any company that can prove that its drones work virtually autonomously. I believe my project is a very viable candidate for that exception, as by the time our applicators start their motors, they already know exactly where they're going to go. Finally is financial scalability across the Midwest, and this gets into the big picture of the company. Once my service and once my product has been proven to be efficient on the scale of my own drone business, I can sell and package that software to drone companies across the globe. This expands not only our reach as a business, but it gives them access to some of the most cutting-edge drone businesses in the world. So I thank you very much for your time, and I thank you for your attention, and I ask you help me change the future of agriculture with SkyGuard.
Ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Great presentation. Cool idea. So if I get this right, the first step is it's you going out with the drone to the field. You're a substitute for what would otherwise be the person flying the plane delivering the things. And then, is that right? And then how does it scale from there?
So it scales from there because once my software, my not only plant ID AI, but also the route determination AI has been battle tested in my own business, it can be packaged and sold online to drone companies across the world so that they can use it in a similar system.
Actually, maybe a follow-up to that last question. In terms of how it's done today, can you talk a little bit more about just like, does this bring more efficiency? Does it get things done faster, more targeted?
So it's more efficient from a material standpoint. It uses less material because it doesn't spray on areas with no weeds. It's also faster because with these custom-made routes, it avoids those areas altogether. And the conventional method of doing it would be to take a drone and you just go up and down the rows, spraying the whole time. And of course, that's inefficient.
Can you talk a little bit about your sustainability advantages or health advantages, if any?
I can. So mass application has caused some pretty serious health problems. Excessive or irresponsible use of herbicide it's a bad idea. But additionally, the use of herbicide has kind of propelled this arms race between genetically modified food engineers and the evolving weeds. So by having this company, we seek to cool that down and offer a more innovative service that doesn't require such harsh chemicals.
Thank you. So great presentation.
Thank you.
What part of this is patentable? Like what stops someone from reverse engineering what you put together for this?
I don't know if the whole system is patentable, but the software is.
Great presentation. How would you utilize the prize winnings?
So depending on if I would get a prize, it would go to filling up those expenses, and the first prize is higher than that. So at that point, I would invest in better drones, and probably I would allocate a little more money for software. That's going to be expensive, but I'm very optimistic about this business plan.
Okay. Great, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Going on behind me today is the boot camp kickoff. We have a lot of mentor sessions going on. So we have a full day of programming both Saturday and Sunday. Today, they are able to learn how to make some of their own marketing. They're getting feedback from industry leaders. They're getting a lot of really great technical advice on how to take it to the next level. And then they're also, in meeting these mentors, opening themselves up to a bigger network through their mentors. We've got other great things planned tonight. We're going to go hit the Indians game tonight. And then tomorrow, we have a little bit more workshop to go. We're going to go out to our friends out at Delara and then also go to the IMS and then watch some qualifications.
Age does not matter, experience does not matter. If you have an idea and if you know how to create a product or service that can solve that problem or expand that idea or just make life easier for everyone, that's what we're here to do. So keep on doing what you guys are doing, and kudos to the Innovate WithIN program and STARTedUP Foundation for supporting these students.
These are the brightest young minds in Indiana, right? Like they're building incredible businesses, solving problems, not just small problems. Like these are really big problems that they're trying to come up with solutions for. Just impressed from the minute I got here till the minute we wrapped up at how well at how well all of these products and ideas are developing. Like, I'm just in awe of these students and can't wait to see what they do next.
It's a blast. I love connecting with kids who have a passion and kind of that entrepreneurial spirit and love creating and doing just doing things that maybe are a little bit non-traditional. Creating something new and doing something a little bit non-traditional and have that creative spirit.
I'm Jennifer White with 5 and Rise Marketing Solutions, and we are here with the STARTedUP Foundation, and we had a great group of students. We talked to them about their products, and we also had the opportunity to interact with them and share with them how to make this video. It was also really great sharing space with a bright group of future entrepreneurs as they're sharing their innovative products with the world.
First of all, blown away by the innovative ideas that came from these students. There were ideas and thoughts that I didn't even consider or think about, especially how we enable 5G.
I've really been able to learn how to connect with people. I don't really have a lot of experience in this area. I made a LinkedIn maybe a week ago. It's really given me the chance to develop these skills and really establish my place in this world.
Kendall Brooks here in the suite with the STARTedUP Foundation. Really impressive to see all these young entrepreneurs getting started so early. Me being an entrepreneur myself, I know how important it is for kids to see successful entrepreneurs and be in spaces like this to meet people like myself and my teammates and other people in the community that are striving and doing great things out in the world today. And to see so many young kids here is really amazing what STARTedUP has going on.
I personally would call it extremely helpful when it came to the level of feedback we got. Personally, we got a lot of feedback engineering-wise because we're doing a more engineering-based project. So I think the accommodation to that was truly wonderful and we're able to get a lot of great insight.
Yeah, and I'd also like to I think the boot camp was both invigorating because of the engineering and technical aspects of it that we were given feedback on.
I'd like to add it was very inspirational. The opportunity just to come down here and meet with all the other teams and hear about all their projects was just super invigorating.
So this boot camp experience, first of all, I'd recommend it to anyone. What this in-person boot camp has really done for me is really helped me grasp the vision of what this could really be and what my business could be, and it's been incredibly a blessing.
We could not provide this level of mentorship and support without our students during this boot camp, without these passionate people that came to spend their time with us. They also thank the sponsors of this event, CICP, the Indianapolis Indians, Tech Point, the Indiana CIO Network, Verizon, 5 and Rise Marketing Solutions, Bahmonde Communications, PDI, the Garrett Companies, Venture Club of Indiana, High Alpha Innovation, Glassboard, Ice Miller, and Hughes Culinary. To share some of their reflections about the experience, please welcome Grant Chapman, CEO of Glassboard, and Chelsea Leonard, Vice President of Innovation Entrepreneurship at Tech Point.
Thanks, Don. Well, it was awesome when I got asked to be here today because I actually had so much fun working with all the teams and all the companies and all the ideas that were coming out of this. And I do product for a living. I live in IoT and solving hard problems or medical device, and I am blown away at what high schoolers are able to do, not only from the problems they choose to go chase, but how far they're able to make progress in those problems. Going through feedback, going through prototyping with these teams shocked me. And when I was in high school, I had nowhere near this level of experience technically from a business model perspective or from a global, let's solve a real problem. And I just have to say the Innovate WithIN program has blown my mind at what is available in the high school level because I didn't have this available in college. So I just want to say congrats to everyone that's in it, and I can tell you the next story that it really does pay off. An alum of this program is actually one of my best clients. Sunny Period Products started out in high school with a dream and a 3D printed prototype and scaled up into a brand that is selling right now to women or menstruators all over the world. And watching her go through this journey from high school to college to running this hard tech medical regulated startup has been wild. So anyone in this program that thinks, why am I doing this when it's hard? it really does lead to great outcomes. And I want to say you are all going to do great seeing what has been done today.
Thanks, Grant. At TechPoint, our mission is to grow the tech ecosystem and economy in Indiana. And being a part of Innovate WithIN and all of the work that STARTedUP Foundation does is just such a big piece of that, because we really want to make sure that we're providing resources and visibility into careers in tech and entrepreneurship from the earliest stages all the way through people who are later in their lives in their careers. And so being able to get involved with the boot camp and with Innovate WithIN overall is just such an important piece of our strategic efforts at TechPoint. So we are so happy to be able to participate in the boot camp and also to recruit some of our CIO network members to participate as well. But I wanted to share a little bit of a more personal story about why this is important to me. I think that so many kids just don't get any visibility into what a career in tech might look like for them and what are, you know, the roles or the opportunities that could be available if they pursue this. I was really fortunate growing up because my dad is in tech, and so I kind of had that exposure and visibility into what that might look like. And, you know, really thanks to him, I am here today where I am. But I recognize that I was extremely privileged to have that and, you know, to have somebody who's working on the very first commercially available computers as my dad. So being able to have something like that and give all of you students exposure to tech and great mentors like Don and everybody else that he brings into this program is really just such a pivotal opportunity for you. And I hope you all use it as a slingshot and that you keep the momentum that you have today to really make, you know, maybe your business that you're working on now grow and thrive, or maybe something else that you choose to do with your future. But you cannot understate the value of the exposure and experience that you're getting through this program. And I'm so excited to see what you all do with it moving forward. Okay, we get to introduce the next company now. So from Carmel High School, please welcome our next team, ShellSafe.
This year, there have been 27 school shootings in America.
Nowhere else do little kids go to school thinking that they might be shot that day.
The U.S. keeps enduring more mass shootings. According to the gun violence images of
in a school shooting, that deadly shooting at a
shootings have become
tragic school shooting in
school shootings.
When are we going to do something?
We know action so desperately needs to be taken. ShellSafe is that action.
Hi, I'm Pragati Arun Kumar with ShellSafe. Over 338,000 students have been afflicted by school gun violence in the past 3 decades, with a record number of school shootings in 2023 with 82 recorded incidents. It is imperative that we break this cycle. However, existing propositions contain standard gun regulations, standard metal detection, or posthumous lockdowns, all of which perpetuate political discourse and inefficiency. So I present ShellSafe, a sensor designed to specifically detect the presence of firearms on an individual entering an establishment. ShellSafe can be attached to the backside of a door frame with adhesives and bolts. It specifically detects the unique blend of metals that's present in firearms. Once a threat is detected, it sends a notification to the SRO or appropriate faculty member through the ShellSafe app so they can localize the threat. I've built a functional prototype as well as the app interface for my product, so let's talk a little bit about how it works. Typical metal detectors detect both ferrous and non-ferrous metals, providing one output when anything is detected. ShellSafe individually detects the presence of non-ferrous metal components that are standard in the configurations and quantities specific to firearms. Taking an AR-15 as a standard example, the barrel contains copper and the cartridge casing of the magazine, and the bullet contain brass. An inductive sensor, which is the type of sensor that I use for my prototype, contains a reductant factor, which allowed me to change the sensing distance to be specific to each metal. We can see that in my prototype, when each sensor output was detected individually, an output was provided. An output is provided when each metal component is detected individually: brass, copper, aluminum, stainless steel, etc. The microcontroller attached contains code that I wrote dictating that each sensor component must be triggered individually and an output will be provided. The output in my prototype is in the form of a red LED. We can see that it was successful when the staggering was applied, detecting the metal components individually and then providing one output when everything was detected together. The red LED immediate output in terms of actual implementation is through the ShellSafe app. The ShellSafe app notifies the SRO or appropriate administrative faculty when a threat is detected. They receive a notification localizing the threat at a specific door where they can also view the live surveillance footage through the app. The cost of production for 1 unit of ShellSafe is $526.89. ShellSafe operates on a lease in perpetuity model, meaning that the yearly cost for 1 door operating with ShellSafe is $4,000, meaning that the profit for the initial year is $3,473.11. With a school with an average of 15 doors, this means that the yearly cost for 1 school to implement ShellSafe for a year is $60,000. This split has been reviewed and approved by 316 Product Development. The reason why the in perpetuity model is so important is because it manages budgets effectively, allowing for customer retention and flexibility over time. Taking into our target market of school systems specifically, this is critical. I've also talked with multiple school administrators and principals to review this cost, and they've all deemed it reasonable. I have 2 main revenue streams. The first is school leasing agreements. There's approximately 100,000 public schools in the United States. Multiply this by $60,000 and we get our yearly sales potential for ShellSafe. The second is direct to consumer or business to business. This means the unit single sales that we're selling to businesses, homes, offices, etc. For the first 4 quarters, I will scale within the West and East Central Indiana school districts. If I reach my goal of making 1 new leasing agreement per quarter, my initial revenue for the first 4 quarters will be $3,360,000. I will use my investment in 5 key ways. The first, I will spend $17,000 on product development in partnership with PD companies such as Glassboard or 316 Product Development, both of whom I have been in contact with to synthesize my hardware onto a PCB milling board and integrate the ultrasonic proximity sensors into my hardware. The ultrasonic proximity sensor is a sensor that I will scale up to, which has a range of multiple feet. I'll then spend $3,000 in intellectual property protections as well as legal means, filing a provisional patent first. I'll then spend $3,000 on sales distribution as well as the mechanisms to give out my materials to the schools for my test subject. I'll then spend $1,000 on the casing, housing, and adhesion for all my hardware, and then I'll spend my last $1,000 on app development, website development, essentially building my brand. I talked to multiple attorneys as well as Mr. Mark Need, and I filed for a provisional patent to begin my product development process with external companies. To kind of gain a more nuanced perspective on the unique value that ShellSafe would provide for professionals in a school setting, I had an interview with the former NASRO president. One thing that Officer Schoaf said that was notable, when I asked him how he believes ShellSafe compares with existing solutions, he said that ShellSafe is inconspicuous yet efficient, exactly what we are looking to implement. Here are some of my main advisors, my primary advisors throughout this whole process. I would love to answer any more questions about any of these people during the Q&A section. So now, let's talk about why ShellSafe specifically is the only solution for systemic school gun violence, or at least the most effective. Looking at existing solutions, looking at standard metal detection, metal detectors are so incredibly broad, detecting every metal object brought into a school building. They also need armed security personnel at every door to function. These are expensive, inefficient, that's why schools aren't implementing them. Looking at AI-powered weapons detection systems such as Extract One, Athena Security, or Securitas Technology, they are extremely expensive, costing $10.7 million for every 4 years. Since gun violence is concentrated primarily in areas with lower levels of funding, this is counterintuitive. They also use reverse imaging technology, meaning that only 1 or 2 people can walk in through the door at a time. During morning rush at a school, this is both unrealistic and completely ineffective. It also requires armed security personnel to constantly manage. They're also extremely bulky and can't be comfortably implemented in front of every single doorway. ShellSafe provides a solution to all of these problems. It is low cost, costing $60,000 per year compared to $2.7 million per year. It doesn't require supervision, and it is effective and specific as it uses direct metal sensing technology and is easily implemented. ShellSafe provides an inconspicuous, efficient, affordable, and uncontestable solution to systemic school gun violence. Here's my future business plan timeline, and I thank you for your time today.
Wow. Girl. Amazing. Tell us 2 questions, please. A little bit more about that timeline in terms of dates, and then a little bit more about the patent. Which patents are you looking at? In what order? use patents versus design, all of those, please. Thank you.
Absolutely. So just talking first about the business plan timeline, obviously my first step will be to finalize my sensor prototype. Like I was talking about before, I'm talking with product development companies to kind of synthesize my model, like engage in the high range ultrasonic sensors, etc. I'll then invest in bulk electrical equipment to kind of scale up that model and start selling bulk electrical equipment providers such as Jimico Tech, who I've also been in contact with to kind of get that going. Also, I want to know how to scale my prototypes, so essentially running costs down over time, and then through that, I want to engage in more tech development with companies such as Big Human, who will help me refine my prototype in terms of actual efficacies, addressing the false positives issues, etc. And then I'll start my product leasing. So this is essentially where that $3,000 for sales distribution comes into place, where I'm going to be talking to school systems, school outreach, reaching out to as many people as I can and begin this leasing process. So the $60,000 doesn't take into account like the bulk pricing agreements yet, so making these pricing agreements, traveling, etc. That's all part of my timeline in the products leasing. And then my secondary target market, which I'm addressing with direct-to-consumer networking or business-to-business marketing, that will happen after, as that's my secondary market. I'll be reaching out to businesses personally or just like focusing on advertising, etc. That comes after though, and then lowering my production costs. I think after this point, like that will be my main focus, is just running all those prices down, seeing how to manufacture this on a large scale in the most efficient way possible, and then large scale leasing. So essentially creating a system where I reach out to schools, or I have a team that will help me do that, and then reaching out to as many schools as possible, creating a network essentially. So yeah, that's my timeline right now. In terms of the actual dates, just referring back to my initial one, with the first 4 quarters, that's more of the timeline of how I plan to scale this. Hopefully this business plan timeline within 10 years, hopefully. And then the second part of your question was about the patent, correct? So the patent that I have begun the paperwork and started filing for is a provisional patent, so I can work on the product development specifically on the application of the ultrasonic proximity sensors, specifically for the non-ferrous and ferrous metal blend. So essentially it protects my idea so that when I go out and I start product development and I start reaching out to a ton of companies, it protects my idea so that I'm able to do that safely.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you.
Have you actually tested this, versus maybe a false positive? Is it my cell phone, or am I just carrying a bunch of pennies or something like that?
Yeah, so the false positive thing is something that I have had I've had a lot of questions about too. I have tested it on a much smaller scale with a unique blend of metals. Obviously not with a gun yet, just because the range isn't that big yet, but hopefully within the next couple weeks. But also on the false positives issue. First, the reason why ShellSafe is more notification-based as opposed to an immediate lockdown or doors closing and everything is because of that same reason, right? With any technology, it's inevitable that we're going to have false positives. And I actually talked with the president of NASRO about the same issue. And he said that as long as it was notification-based, it would be okay if there were false positives as long as SROs had the ability to identify if there was a threat in the school building. But on the idea of actually addressing these false positives, I have a plan in place. So the sensor I'm using right now is inductive, right? There's a ton of different types of sensors that I can use to improve specificity. It's like the ultrasonic sensor or hyperspectral sensors, where I can even create a database using AI so I can identify how much of each metal component is present in the firearm and then identify what type of firearm it is. So I think there's a lot of room for innovation as I continue to go along that will help me improve the specificity aspect. But as of right now, to protect myself against that, it is more notification based.
We are at time for judges' questions, so thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much for your time today.
Is it me, or is it anyone thinking in the back of their mind, when you were in high school, I was trying to impress a girl. She's my wife now. I feel so stupid. I really do. Another fantastic partner started up is Generator. Here to share some remarks about this partnership is Travis Stegmoller, General Counsel for Generator.
Hello, everybody. Again, my name is Travis Stegmoller. I'm the General Counsel here at Generator, and we are a venture firm that provides accelerator services and workforce development opportunities for communities that are interested in investing in their best and brightest across race, place, and gender. I'm very excited to be here today because I've had the privilege of working with Don for the better part of about 8 years. When I was in private practice, I actually spent a brief period of time as a counsel for the STARTedUP Foundation, and it's been remarkable to watch their growth during that period of time. And what I like most about it is it overlaps very nicely with what we do at Generator, because entrepreneurship and being an entrepreneur really is a spirit. It requires a passion and a dedication and a drive to see something and drive towards something that people don't really see yet. And you're getting a great taste of that today. But what the STARTedUP Foundation really does, in my opinion, is provides the skills that are required to be successful with that journey. And so that overlaps very nicely, because once the students that you're seeing here today, vet their ideas at the STARTedUP Foundation, receive the mentorship from a lot of the folks here in the crowd today, including some of the folks from Generator that I see in the crowd, they can then be better prepared to go on to other opportunities like a startup accelerator with Generator, or better prepared to pitch for venture capital, all of the things that are necessary for them to grow their companies and scale, and hopefully do it here in the state of Indiana. So again, congratulations to Don and Hunter and the entire STARTedUP Foundation team for building an incredible organization and a resource for the students and entrepreneurs here in the state of Indiana. And good luck to the rest of the pitches today. Thank you. Up next would be from Speedway High School. Please welcome the next team, Pinpoint Allergy.
Everyday activities aren't the same for everyone.
1 in 50 people suffer from allergies.
To put that in perspective, there are about 342 million people in the U.S. today.
About 100 million of those people suffer from allergies.
Yearly, about 3.2 million people are sent to the hospital due to allergy reactions.
And most of those people don't even know they have bad allergies.
The way these people find out their allergies are through the painful process of the allergy prick test,
which include horrible side effects.
What if I told you there was an easier way to find out these allergies?
Introducing Pinpoint Allergy.
First, you wipe your finger with an alcohol wipe. Then you prick your finger with a lancet pin. Put 3 drops of blood into the tube containing IgE solution. Shake the tube for about 1 minute. Put 3 drops into our device and wait 15 minutes for your results.
Pinpoint Allergy. Let us point you in the right direction.
Good morning, everyone. Let me start you off with a quick scenario. So say it's your child, little Timmy's 5th birthday, and you guys decide to surprise him with a puppy, and it's literally the best day of his life. Later, he takes a nap, and you see him with a huge rash on his face. So you decide to take him to the hospital to see what's going on. You find out that he's allergic to dogs, and that leaves him really sad, has to get rid of the dog. And he also finds out that he has to get tested for allergies, which means he has to take an allergy prick test, leaving him in more distress. We all live in Indiana, so there's a lot of allergies. Raise your hand if you suffer from allergies. Oh, that's a lot.
There are about 342 million people in the U.S. as of 2024. According to the National Center of Health Statistics, in 2021, 1 in 3 adults suffered from allergies and 1 in 4 children suffered from allergies. This will continue to grow year by year.
So the problem we found is getting tested for allergies. So we have 2 processes as of today, the allergy prick test and an allergy blood test. The problem that we found with the allergy prick test is you get mini microneedles inserted into your back, which are very painful. And the side effects after you get tested, which cause nausea, itchiness, and a rash. The problem with the allergy blood test is there is a pro that you only get 1 needle, but you have to get a whole vial of blood. And it has delayed results, and it's discomfort, and the cost can be a lot. The cost can go up more because you have to go to more doctor visits.
We sent out a survey to 100 plus people. 44 people responded. Out of that 44 people, 60% got tested by the age of 11. 100% experienced discomfort from itchiness, swelling, rash, bruising, and nausea. We are Pinpoint Allergy. My name is Jaden Brosman.
And my name is Genesis Austin. You may now open the boxes in front of you. So the way we go on with our device is that you have these small amounts of IgE antibodies in your blood. Once you come in contact with an allergen or a specimen your body does not like, your body produces mast cells of that. And they soon expand and burst, which releases a chemical which shows the allergic reaction to your skin. So our solution, we plan on working with outdoor allergies, indoor allergies in animals, and then also food allergies. So the way it works is that you obviously take a wipe and you wipe your finger. You pick your finger with the lancet pin. And you put 3 drops into a tube containing IgE solution. Once the blood in that IgE solution is mixed for a minute, it produces a mass amount of that IgE in that small amount of blood sample. After that, you will put it in our device in the indicated area, wait 15 minutes, kind of like a COVID test, and then if a line pops up, you have that allergy, and if a line doesn't pop up, you don't have that allergy. We plan on having 7 allergies per device. So say you want to get tested for outdoor allergies, you'll get the outdoor allergy kit, and you'll get tested for 7 outdoor allergies.
Our competition, when we were researching them, we found 3 main people. The original allergy test, the original blood test, and then a company in Canada named Canada. We were looking for 5 specific things: quick results, no reaction, test for multiple allergies, and a single-day visit, along with over-the-counter. Pinpoint allergy was the only one to check off all 5 boxes. Our unique value is quicker results, no side effects, reasonably priced for the reasonably priced to assist with the ever-growing expense of healthcare.
And because of that, without insurance, getting tested for allergies are about $1,500 without insurance.
We also have potential to be over-the-counter.
So we talked to Dr. Neha. She is an allergist up in Carmel area. She said that our pinpoint allergy would be very helpful to fill a gap because usually younger children are tested for allergies around 2 years old, and they are limited to the amount of things they can test on the back with the prick test. So with our device, it will help with being able to test multiple allergies at once without having to actually get tested on the back with the side effects that are caused. So with our cost structure, we would buy in bulk. So for all of if you divide it all to get one package, it'd be $22.73. We would sell that for $100, making a profit of $77.27. Soon, we plan on going with bundles of 3 of outdoor, indoor, and animal allergies. And once we do that, it'd be $68.19. And we would sell that for $275, making a profit of $206.81. So for our future plans and investability, we would be lying if we told you that $25,000 would be enough to pursue in the medical field of a device this crazy. And so with that $25,000, we could help finalize our process with our utility patent. And then we plan on partnering with well-known pharmaceutical companies so they can help us get mass product. And then we will begin our clinical trials, which we are trying to talk to IU Health to get in contact to get into their labs. And we plan on going on with that to receive our FDA approval and branch out after that to detect multiple allergies.
Thank you for listening. Oh, crap.
So, great presentation, especially as someone who had allergies as a kid. I remember the testing was not very fun. Can you just maybe share a little bit more about like how you came up with this idea and why this is so important for kids right now?
So I actually suffer from horrible allergies. I'm airborne to peanut allergies, and I've had 3 allergy prick tests myself. My younger sister got tested at the youngest age of 2 with the allergy prick test, and so like with all of that, I was trying to find an easier way because having younger children getting tested with multiple needles, screaming children in the doctor's office is not like very nice, and then leaving embarrassment for adults in the doctor's office.
Good job on presentation. Tell me about your distribution model again. How do you use allergy doctors as partners in the process? Are you selling directly to consumers? Consumers go to a website and find it. How would it work?
So we plan on trying to partner up with multiple doctors, like in Indiana first, and then once we branch out, we'll try to sell our product into the doctor's office to get more testimonials on that. And then soon, after we get that FDA approval, we plan on trying to do that over the counter, like at CVS. So you can just go in and pick your own device. Say you want to get tested for like peanuts only, you can get that device and only test for that if you don't want to get tested for any other allergies.
Great. Thank you so much.
For the brief intermission, we want to remind you the People's Choice Award voting is still going on. QR code there. But we will let you guys have a 10-minute break. We'll see you guys at around 15-minute break, 11:40? 11:40. See some of the kids, talk to some of the kids, mingle about. But we'll, again, voting's still open in case you want to vote for one. But we'll see you guys all at 11:40. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. How about that first half of the programming? That was awesome. My name is Allie Curtis. I'm Director of Development for the STARTedUP Foundation, and I'm going to be your lovely MC for the second half. Have I ever MC'd anything in my life? No, of course not, so let's have some fun. So all of the students and the 6 members of our Educator Fellowship will be flying out to Washington, D.C. next week to connect with amazing leaders, entrepreneurs, and government officials. We would like to thank this year's partners and sponsors, FedTech, Pinkston, Ice Miller, DuPont Underground, ZBox, Google, and the U.S. Department of Commerce. So why not just go out there on Tuesday as if this wasn't crazy enough already? So we're excited to go on the trip. And another terrific partner of ours is IU Ventures. Most recently, they have provided 2 members of our Alumni Association with membership in the IU Angel Network. Here to share a few words, please welcome Jason Whitney, Vice President of Venture Development for IU Ventures and Executive Director of the IU Angel Network. Jason.
Thanks so much, Allie, and thanks everybody for being here. A special thanks to all the parents. Really appreciate the effort that you put into these student entrepreneurs, and it's gonna provide opportunities for them to change lives in your communities for generations to come. A little bit about IU Ventures. So my team represents the innovation and entrepreneurship arm at Indiana University. We deploy capital into IU-affiliated startup companies in 2 ways. One is through our 2 traditional venture funds, and one is through the deployment of our 145-member angel network. Those angels come in and provide mentorship and support as well as capital to IU-affiliated startup companies. We're really excited about our recent partnership with the STARTedUP Foundation to be able to provide opportunities for student entrepreneurs that come to Indiana University from this program to join our angel network. They get to participate in educational opportunities as well as networking opportunities with our amazing network of angels. But also they get to participate in the due diligence process and sit in on the pitches, providing them with a really unique opportunity to hear the questions that they're going to hear from investors down the road before they actually get in the room and stand in front of them and do the pitches like they're doing here today. So one of the companies that previously participated in this program that Grant mentioned earlier, Sunny Period, recently presented to our angel network and secured some investment. So we're excited to continue on the journey with them as they continue the development of their product, and we're going to ride along that party with them. So without any more delay, we're going to move on to our next presenters. From Perry Central High School, please welcome our next team, Hydroxy.
In the western United States, the Colorado River supplies water to 40 million people in 7 states and irrigates 5.5 million agricultural acres of land. Currently, the effects of climate change have left the river lowered by 10 trillion gallons. This problem also affects other western regions as water allocation decreases for municipalities and gardens, but can soon also impact agriculture. The answer is clear. Water needs to be collected and used through means outside of rivers to supply extra water to areas that face water scarcity. Our solution is the utilization of superhygroscopic polymer film, or SHPF for short. This polymer is cheap to produce and can pull water from the air passively using lithium salts. Our product will consist of a chamber housing SHPF that will collect water passively throughout the day and utilize solar power to collect water 24/7 with no external power needed, allowing for water collection anytime and anywhere.
All right, hello all. We are Hydroxy Water Solutions, or Hydroxy WS for short. And my main question to you all is, have you ever wanted to collect water out of thin air? If so, we have a solution for you. This is Lene Elliott, design engineer, Colton Mitchell, chemical engineer, and I'm Matthew McKim, CEO. Our goal is to utilize superhygroscopic polymer film, or SHPF, to help solve a large and growing problem. As many of you may or may not know, in the western United States, water is becoming a very scarce resource, but it could also soon become one here in Indiana.
In dry areas, water is constantly growing scarcer. It's gotten so bad that the Colorado River has lost 10 trillion gallons of water just in the past 2 decades because of climate change. Now, Indiana is said to be becoming just like that. We're beginning to see these effects now. It's gotten to the point where projections say that the demand for water will outpace the supply of Indiana in the next few decades. Even now, there are limitations on how much water you can draw back just from the Wabash River. We see these problems, and we have a product that can mitigate these effects.
Our solution? SHPF. SHPF is a new technological advancement in terms of atmospheric water harvesting. And many of you may be asking, what the heck is this? It just looks like some table salt or some random white chemical. Well, I'd be glad to tell you. SHPF is a gel that has a hygroscopic surface, which means you guys may not be able to see it, but there's tiny holes all over that gel. And with that, that means air and water are able to pass through the gel. On top of that, SHPF contains a salt that has a high affinity for keeping water. So, as air passes through, the moisture attached to the air will go into the gel and stay put, thus turning it into the clear whitish color you see now. Whenever it comes out of the freeze dryer, it's all cracked and brittle. It's crazy to see. But using our tested heating and condensing method, what we will do, we'll heat that gel up to 60 degrees Celsius, and then that'll cause the water to come out of the gel, be released as steam, and pushed through a copper coil condenser to bring water for a variety of applications. In short, air goes in, water goes into gel, gel gets heated, steam comes out, condensed, and then water to you. Our biggest advantage is that SHPF is scalable. And what we mean by that is SHPF can be shaped into any size and any shape. This means that it can be used in a wide variety of applications, both large and small, and still keep its efficiency, as all you need to do to keep it efficient is just layer it on in a consistent layer. On top of that, it is quite easy to produce and cheap to produce, and that allows us to go into a variety of small markets to start out, such as hiking, camping, or indoor gardening. I mean, say you were walking through Utah in the summer, and it's like really hot, and there's 15% humidity in the air. Other competitors would not be able to bring a single drop of water, while we can harness water in as little as 15% humidity. On top of that, why go searching for your own water source when you can just have the water come to you?
Currently, we're testing different designs to determine a small-scale market, as the agricultural sector is, quite frankly, far too large for a product like this in its infancy. Currently, we produce SHPF in-house at Perry Central, utilizing a freeze dryer donated to us by John Wexler. Using this, we can produce SHPF at $10.58 per kilogram. And this kilogram can produce 7 liters of water per day. Right now, we are going through multiple designs. As you see, we've pivoted through numerous designs, and we're utilizing and learning from numerous connections we've gained from StartedUP, including these. Using these connections, such as Glassboard with Grant Chapman, we were able to learn to pivot pass or vacuum design, showcased in here on the left. So, using these connections, we also have the agricultural sector with Bex, Agronovus, and Generator. These allow us to get a good feel for the agriculture out west and the feeling at home so we can solve these problems more effectively in the future.
So far, we've been utilizing the $3,000 that we got from regionals. With this money, we have been able to narrow down prototyping in order to build our Hydrox CWS LLC. If we win the $25,000 prize, we will utilize this in our small business scale strategy for water collection, and it will go towards research and testing for large SHPF fabrication and projection processing. We are also going through multiple institutes where we are looking for further development, such as Glassboard, ARI, and Circular Venture Lab.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Any
you.
questions? We'd love to answer them.
I'll go. Is SHPF a unique chemical that y'all figured out, or is it something other people already knew about?
So actually, 2 years ago, it was discovered at the University of Texas at Austin. We had found that about a couple weeks after it, and we've been producing it since. As a question is, but this would be the first product to ever utilize this technology. This would be the first practical application.
Yeah, they kind of found it in the university and just dumped it. It was more one of those things where, make it, write a paper about it, leave it.
Yep. because we've gone through multiple searches and patent searches and technology transfers.
And it's also not its own chemical, it's a mixture of chemicals together. Konjac gum and other things.
So I know that water's a big problem, especially out west. Like if you were to go out there right now and talk to some of the western states, like what is the sales pitch, or what is like the, kind of the business case for them to implement something like this today?
So that's actually a great question. One person we've talked to is Evan Schaefer from Automated Routing. He has a house out in Arizona. He's come to us, actually. He donated about $2,000 to us, and one thing he really wanted a solution for the fact that it was way too expensive to drill a well. It was upwards to $100,000 just to drill a well through an aquifer to get that water, so it would be a massive cost reduction just to have the water be atmospherically collected.
Great presentation. Quick question. Who is ultimately in your scale here? Who is your target market? Like, what does that roadmap look like?
Okay, so the roadmap is we're trying to determine that at the moment. We have a product and we're trying to determine the best small-scale market, because we have the large-scale market that we want to go to, but we got to determine this, we got to take baby steps. We're not going to be able to sell to farmers instantly. We're not going to be able to sell to big agriculture instantly and help these big issues with a product like this right now. So what we're going to do is take baby steps towards smaller markets like hiking, camping, other areas where it can allow for use in small consumer-based areas. And what we're going to do with what we would do with the 25,000 is to develop that product and market to where we would have a good sales pitch and everything towards that.
Any more questions? We got tons of answers for them.
Did y'all consider other applications beyond those as footholds, like industrial applications? And
yes.
Why camping, for example, is the first one? What made you choose that? Why camping, hiking as the first application versus some of the other things you considered?
I mean, personally speaking, I'm one of those guys that if I go camping, I don't want to have to go worrying, about water or things like that. And I just imagine it. Could you imagine not having to lug a cooler around full of water everywhere? Especially if you're hiking. I mean, you got to pack light. This device could be really light, and I mean, as I mentioned, a kilogram can fit in this big a space. Yes. It'd be a great solution for when you want water, but you don't want to drag it around.
But there's also numerous areas that's also with market research. If we would obviously look into more industrial sides like desiccant placements where they would need this kind of product. It just comes down to development and connections. Any more questions? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm really excited because the Pacers Sports and Entertainment today gave us such a relevant topic that the students are already immediately getting into it. And we're talking about how to better utilize the Kroger Sky Deck. A lot of kids love marketing, they love publicity, and so they're gonna be able to give them some really good ideas. I know that they're gonna be blown away by what some of the students come up with.
Today has been awesome. It's so inspiring to have young people, juniors and seniors in high school, thinking about creativity and innovation. I'm inspired to come up with new ideas myself. To hear already some of the preliminary thoughts that the young people are bringing is excellent. I'm so happy to have this partnership with STARTedUP Foundation, G-Unity Foundation, and Pacers Sports and Entertainment to bring together these students from 6 different high schools in Indianapolis. It's a unique opportunity to really kind of think about some of the ideas that they have probably thought about individually. So I can't wait for the next step to hear some of the ideas.
As I'm shooting idea, they're just writing it down, and it's just amazing. And right now I'm excited. I'm very excited to be here, and I cannot wait to see what we come up with as a group. And everyone in my group is very welcoming, and they are very, very great. And the ideas are amazing, and I just love it to be here. I just love it. I love it.
Hi, I'm Aaliyah Boston. I'm here with the Indiana Fever, and I'm at STARTedUP Foundation. I'm super excited to be here. I think it's a great opportunity being able to hear from the high schoolers on their creative ideas about being an entrepreneur. And honestly, it's just so special because I see that the future is bright for everyone.
Hi, my name is Genesis Austin. I go to Speedway High School. We are the next generation to move up into society, and it'd be nice for us to start getting views younger, so when we get older, it's not all about complaining.
Hi, my name is Carrie Hamilton. I'm a state representative on the north side of Indianapolis, and I've been inspired this morning to hear from these high school kids who bring such thought and creativity to the challenges they were presented today. We're really excited about the work of the STARTedUP Foundation and look forward to working with them at the State House to help bring great opportunities to our young people.
Hi, my name's Caroline Abaletta. I'm the co-founder of Explorador, and Explorador is a nonprofit organization with a mission to connect young adults, particularly middle school to high school, teenagers, to career enrichment opportunities, work-based learning experiences. And so our hope is that we can inspire students to go explore different career opportunities on Explorador, and specifically at STARTedUP to consider how to innovate, solve problems, and be part of a brighter future for everybody.
I think it's been a great experience. I've really enjoyed being here with everyone and meeting new people, brainstorming with others, and learning how to work together better. I think students should come up with solutions versus complaints, because that's just the way life works. Complaining doesn't get you anywhere, but innovation does.
Thank you again to the Pacer Sports and Entertainment and the G-Unity Foundation for allowing us to provide this amazing opportunity for students in the Indianapolis region. This is why they don't have me in seat, because I'm going to go off script a little bit right now. Sorry. But just like this, what you saw, there's so many ways for you guys to partner with what we're doing. We are a small but mighty team of 6 people doing this work all across the state, and we want to support these teachers and students more than ever. You guys are all here for a reason, and we have the opportunity to impact over 12,000 high school students this next year if we can really have the community come around together to make it happen. So if anyone has any questions, you guys know where to find me, and really appreciate your guys' support of what you've done already and for being here, and excited to really see what we can make happen for this next school year. So with that, please welcome from Hanover Central High School, our next team, Safety Glow.
Lawyers. Potential clients want to reach you.
Technical difficulties. It was the wrong video. Thank you, thank you. Everyone hear me okay? Perfect, perfect. Excuse the old logo, by the way. I just got this brand new logo. And hi, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ashton Verbish. I'm 18 years old. I'm from Cedar Lake, Indiana. And I'm here to present to you guys the future of road safety, Safety Glow. Oh yeah, where's my clicker? No, I never. So we had to switch mics, and I forgot the clicker. It's all right. It's good. We're good. We're good. Trial and error. Nothing wrong with that. Sorry. Well, as I was saying, we can start the timer. And, well, guys, I think you've heard enough of me already. I'm Ashton Verbish, 18 years old, Cedar Lake, Indiana. You heard the gist of it. I go to Hanover Central, and I'm here to present to you guys the future of roadside safety, Safety Glow. There's a major problem and difficulty in visualing semi-trucks when they are disabled on the sides of our highways. I mean, everyone, we're in the crossroads of Indiana. We are the state for this issue. I mean, on the way here, when I was driving 2.5 hours from where I live, I saw multiple trucks, and I was just thinking about how I originally started. Well, I was driving from Valparaiso, Indiana, to Cedar Lake, Indiana, using the highways US 30 and I-65. I noticed multiple disabled semi-trucks on the sides of the road, barely visible at night. Another thing that struck me was the 3 reflective triangles that they are required to carry with them. None of them set that out. And that really was like, why? Why are they not setting out the necessary devices that they have to so-called solve the problem of them not being visible? Well, I asked a few semi-truck drivers. Thankfully, I know a milk transporting company 5 minutes down the road from my house. So I asked all the truck drivers I knew, why aren't they doing this? And the big issue is, well, when you are on the side of a highway in the shoulder that's a couple feet wide, there's not a lot of room between you and cars doing 70+ miles an hour. And that's really dangerous when you're walking a total of 500 feet setting out those reflective triangles. So the solution I came up with is Safety Glow. Right there is a milk transporting truck, kind of like a tanker, like a gas tanker. Same thing, it just carries the milk that we all love. And I displayed on the back of the truck to show how easily visible Safety Glow makes the truck. Well, you attach Safety Glow to the back of the semi in 4 easy steps. Your first step, you grab the first device, pull it down, attach the second device, then you grab the second device and you repeat that step, then you turn on the device and it flashes intermediately for everyone to be able to see it efficiently. My UVP, enhancing road safety with a retractable flashing light source. Safety Glow ensures highly visible trucks in challenging conditions, promoting a safer driver experiences for everyone on the highways of America and the world. The target markets. I have 4 target markets, and this keeps growing for some reason because Don has us do boot camps, and it's only become bigger. So my first target market is semi-trucks. There's nearly 4 million in America, 36 million in the world. There's RVs, there's commercial and utility vehicles, and there's cars. Now onto the financial side of things. The costs, the production costs, including everything of my current prototype, comes to a total of $159.55. With a retail market that you want of 15% profit margin, that puts the retail of my current prototype at $185 even. The delta of that is $25.45. Well, that goes to our revenue. For 100 units, the profit is $2,545. Now, I'm going to skip ahead because you guys can see it up there. 100,000 units will give us a profit of $2,545,000. Safety Glow versus the competitors. Well, the only competitor that I see is those reflective triangles. So with the retail price of $185, between the 3 reflective triangles, it comes to a median of about $49. Well, that leaves that average investment cost of $135.70. So $135.70 seems like a lot, but when you take mass production of something and you scale it, that becomes much cheaper. Investability. Safety Glow is solving a major problem that is proven to be a problem on our roadways. Well, when it comes to that fact right there, that statement right there, when you have a market that is open to just yourself, the possibilities are endless. What would I do with the $25,000? Well, the $25,000 for me opens a floodgate of possibilities. I can start a website, I can fund for marketing, help fund for prototypes and inventory, and then I'm also able to cover the legal side of things. I know patents are in the question for myself. I have a video which was already played, but I would like to play it again. Right here, this is in a neighborhood. I'm only doing 20 miles an hour, but you have 2 cars right there that if they were disabled on the side of the highway, it's very hard to see. Now, we have safety glow on the back of the SUV, flashing brightly for onlookers. Then we go to our next clip. I have a tanker on the side of US 41. I slowed down because of the stoplight. Can't run a stoplight. That's illegal. But, I mean, it's dusk out and it's hard to see them. Now we have safety glow on the back of the truck. And safety glow is doing its thing in making it much more visible. Thank you all so much. I'm excited to hear your questions.
So I'd like to thank you first for exhibiting true entrepreneurship and pivoting and not giving up under failures of technology.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, I assume there's some sort of battery pack? And
Yes, right here.
How long does that last?
So because it flashes every second, so if it was just ongoing, it'd be 3 hours. But because it flashes every second, that's 6 hours. So a total of 6 hours in time with this battery pack here specifically.
And how many 6-hour units can you get out of that battery pack?
6-hour units, so.
I mean, does it die after 6 hours, that battery?
Yes, so you'd have to recharge it. It uses the same charger as, well, what iPhone do you have? The newest one, I believe it's a USB-C. I'm not great with that, but correct me if I'm wrong. Anyone? But yeah,
You're
it
right.
uses it uses the one that the iPhone uses.
Okay, very good, thank you.
How difficult is that to put on the back
So
of the semi?
this is a functional prototype. Okay. So right now, like I said, with the $25,000, it allows me to but work with people to have a functional and practical one. So this one right here is for display and to really get the point across. This right here took me like 2 minutes probably to set up. This one, which is not bad, but you have to wrap around the things and go across. But my goal, like I said, is regional. I know you were there for regionals. How's it going? Is the tape measure, you pull it down and then you get the second device. I want it much easier. And I've thought about other prototypes as well that may not even look like this. Like I said, the sky is the limit, and it's such a new journey.
We got a question. What gives you confidence that truck drivers care about the problem and want the product? What have they told you about it so far?
The milk tanker guy, I've known him my whole life, the milk transporting. He will tell me the truth. He would straight up, when I went to dinner with him, he invited me, and he would be brutally honest with me, which I love that. And he was like, listen, like, this is something that I want to help you with because I want to be your first customer. I want my fleet of guys to use this. I've been driving trucks for 35 years, and he was telling me this, and like that's when I really was like, wow, like this is something, an owner wants their trucks to have safety glow and their truck drivers to carry safety glow with them. That meant a lot.
I have a question. Can you talk about the practicality of the system? Like, I'm just thinking for a truck driver, are you thinking that this would be like in a pack that would easily be storable within their truck?
So the truck drivers, they carry a safety pack. That includes those reflective triangles in them. It's required. Safety glow, when it comes to it, so obviously we have these points, but when you put them all together, that's not a big space at all. So it fits, the pack is like a duffel bag, if you can imagine. So, I mean, that's how it'd be stored, just like that.
All right.
Perfect. That's all the time we have for questions, so thanks, guys.
Thanks, everyone.
All right. We certainly could not do this and impact as many students as we do without the commitment and community of our educators. This fall, we will begin our 4th cohort of the Innovation Educator Fellowship. We've had the privilege of connecting our fellows with each other, the STARTedUP network, and resources in their community that help their students deploy an opportunities are everywhere mindset. If you are or know a high school educator who would be a great fit for our fellowship, it is not too late. Sign them up this summer. We'll get them ready to rock and roll in August. And please feel free to nominate or sign up anyone on our website, startedupfoundation.org/fellowship for more information. Here to share a few thoughts about their experience, please welcome 2 members of the StartedUp Innovation Educator Fellowship, Jose Mota from Signature School and Sarah Ackerman from Speedway High School.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Jose Mota, and I'm a teacher at Signature School in Evansville, Indiana. I teach AP Government and AP World History. I've been a fellow for a few years, and my students have participated in the competition almost since its inception. So, of course, when Kevin asked for a few words of reflection on being a part of the fellowship, I said yes. If you're a teacher, you know that it is easy to lose yourself in the day-to-day of the job. If you ask any teacher, they will give you a different iteration of the same reason as to why they teach. We are in it for a moment, an A to B moment, a moment of connection within our students, between the student and the teacher, and of course, between themselves in the moment of understanding. It can be a long process, or it can be a fleeting one, gone in a second. But that moment of growth, connection, and understanding is what we live for. It's because it is one of Jubilee. One happy moment we get to witness in the lives of our students. Sometimes we inspire those moments, and other times we are mere passengers to it. So it is easy to lose sight of that through the standards and the emails, the meetings and the emails, the behavior and the emails. It's easy to get lost in the job and lose those moments, sometimes for a class period, sometimes for a day, sometimes for a week, and sometimes even for a year. To me, there are 2 ways to recenter the focus on those moments. One is through fellowship. The amazing group of teachers that belong in this fellowship inspire those moments in their students, and through the sharing of stories comes inspiration and enlightenment. There are truly wonderful teachers in this fellowship and students doing amazing things. You're seeing that today. Through the StartedUP Foundation that continue to create and inspire these moments. The second way is to recenter your focus of a teacher is to witness a moment that is so big that it humbles you and it can't help but make you think about those moments. There are 2 students here I taught during their sophomore year that are doing just that, and for this, I've been a fly on the wall. And I'm so honored to witness their growth and maturity. To these students and all students here and to StartedUP Foundation that allows for these moments, I thank you as a fellow, and we all thank you as a fellow.
Hi, I completely agree with what Jose has said, but not even on a teacher's side do we see teachers lose focus or teachers need that extra oomph, but we also see students needing that extra oomph. So what the fellowship has brought me is for my students to have the opportunity to speak with other students. Just Genesis and Jaden were talking to me about how much insight that they have gained from just the people that they have met here. But not only that, I have received major connections through being a part of this fellowship. So have my students. They are now talking to patent lawyers and everything else that they would never be able to just by me telling them. So to see the student connection side of it along with the teacher connection side of it because of the fellowship, it is completely priceless. So if you have a chance, you should absolutely be a part of our fellowship. We would love to have you with us.
And I'm proud to present from Signature School and New Tech. Please welcome our next team, CaseFlood AI.
Lawyers. Potential clients want to reach you as quickly as possible. And more often than not, that's through the phone. Actually, 71% of customers still contact local law firms by phone. And more phone calls mean more clients. But it's hard to keep up while also keeping your firm running.
That's why we created CaseFlood.ai.
It's a multilingual AI receptionist for lawyers. Say hi, Barb.
My name is Barb, and yeah, I'm an AI receptionist. Nice to meet you.
It's highly effective at qualifying clients and leads through conversation, as it's been trained with a vast amount of legal data.
Which means that it asks very relevant questions.
Probably the exact same ones you as a lawyer would ask.
Suit against my former employer.
Thank you for sharing that information. Have you made any attempts to resolve the issue directly with your former employer or through any other means before considering legal action?
Yes, I sent a formal letter to the
And
CEO.
all of this is paired with user-friendly drag-and-drop customization, so you can build your own sequences.
Best of all, the information from every single call gets condensed into a highly lawyer-relevant summary and gets sent straight to your CRM. So stop leaving leads on the line. CaseFlood.ai ensures that every single caller or lead is qualified and tended to with exceptional customer service in the exact way that you like it. Hey, my name is Ethan Hilton, and before we begin, actually, I'd like to introduce the rest of my team. Emily Rudolph has a robotics, mechanical engineering, and programming background. She's experienced leading groups of over 150 people. She's raised over $50,000 in sponsorship funding, and next year she'll be attending Notre Dame to study mechanical engineering. Tolan's been programming for over 8 years. He was the U.S. Congressional Software Application Challenge winner, and he's one of the 4 members in the governor's STEM team. And next year he'll be pursuing an aerospace engineering degree at Purdue.
And next year, Ethan will be attending Carnegie Mellon University's the computer science. And where our team has deficits, we fill in the gaps with our advisors. To give you a quick overview, we have the inventor of Azure Virtual Networks, one of the youngest VC-backed founders, an AI entrepreneur that's raised over $81 million, and a lawyer that secured $500 million in recoveries, and an MIT software expert.
And about a year and a half ago, I founded an AI-powered legal lead aggregation software startup. We actually competed in Innovate WithIN and made the state finals. We scaled that company to a $1.5 million valuation in a team of 10, and through doing it, I talked to a lot of lawyers, and I learned a lot about their problems. And there's one problem that kept on coming up over and over, and it was that most small law firms don't have the capacity or infrastructure to do client qualification, or the process of gathering relevant insights from prospective clients to see if they have a case the lawyer wants. I wondered if this was a regional problem, so I took to the web. I found a study done by Clio. Clio is the world's leading case management software company. And what Clio did was they sent out 1,000 phone calls to law firms across the nation, pretending to be a client. And what they found was that only 56% of law firms had someone answer their phone, and 39% let calls go to voicemail.
So why is that? Well, the average law firm in the US only has 2.4 lawyers, meaning the vast majority of these law firms don't have receptionists to take calls. This places the burden of client intake directly on lawyers who are facing back-to-back-to-back client meetings, court appearances, logging their billables, and have to find time to eat lunch. They're going to miss calls. This means that potential clients are being driven away while asking if a firm can take their case, as 67% of clients base their decision to hire on a law firm's initial responsiveness, and only 20% of callers even bother leaving a voicemail.
On the other hand, even if lawyers pick up these calls, they can be spending upwards of 45 minutes with a singular client. And with the average lawyer billing at $327 an hour, they can be losing large amounts of time and money by just picking up the phone. Now, I'd like to introduce you to CaseFlood, a first-of-its-kind, multilingual AI receptionist, specifically for lawyers, that is highly efficient at qualifying clients, all with easy-to-use drag-and-drop customization. Now, these are just a few of our key features, but we'll go more in depth later.
So let me show you what the product actually looks like. Using our CaseFlood Flow Builder, lawyers will be able to control the flow of a phone call from the moment that a caller enters the phone system to the moment the call is resolved. Let's see what an example flow looks like. First, a caller calls and is met with a pre-recorded message from their lawyer.
This is John Smith from Smith Law. You're about to talk to my AI assistant, so don't fear. It'll ask you about your case and send the info to me, and I'll respond to you within 24 hours.
Next, our AI assistant, Bob or Barb, depending on your preference, will ask lawyer-relevant details about your case. And finally, it will summarize this information and send it directly to your lawyer's CRM, making their decision to follow up with you fast and easy.
And this is real output from real tests that we actually did.
Now, this is new technology, and we're one of the very first to utilize it, which means that currently there are no AI receptionist companies that lawyers can use. However, that does not mean there are no alternatives. Currently, most lawyers are using virtual receptionist services, or essentially call centers for hire. Now, these come with several costs, including their already high price. Because they're for general purpose use, receptionists that are answering have no legal experience, likely only speak English, don't integrate with CRMs, and it's likely the first and last time that this receptionist is answering for this law firm.
And secretaries can cost more than $3,400 a month. The time they can take calls are limited, as it's one of the many responsibilities they have in small law firms. They're rarely multilingual, and they do not integrate directly into law firm CRMs. And they can only take calls during office hours.
Whereas, for a fraction of a price, we have an unlimited amount of time to take calls. We're multilingual, up to I think 150 languages now. We integrate into and format for CRMs, which is something that we find that lawyers really want. We have 24/7 support and availability, and we're meant for lawyers, which means for the first time in history, lawyers have the ability to pay for a service that screens callers and gathers information from their case before they even walk into the door.
Now, our pricing model is quite simple. It follows a traditional SaaS model of $350 a month per phone line for unlimited usage, with an additional $50 a month for call routing and high-profile client alerts, as well as for lead funnel integration. And these are our operating costs that we've spent so far in 2024. And these are cost of goods sold.
Now, we've diligently calculated these numbers, and we know they're right because we have built and use our product. And the most important thing here is our 95% gross margin. But just a little side note, all of this is assuming a 20-hour usage per month.
However, we're really excited to share that we actually partnered with Microsoft for Startups, which is exciting because not only are we going to be building and scaling with the largest company in the world, but also with the leader in AI technology. They've so far granted us a technical team, a suite of expert advisors, new and released OpenAI model access, investors in over $500,000 of credits, software, and services, which means that our cost of goods sold actually look like this until $3.2 million in revenue, which means we can have revenue that looks like this, including a $550,000 a year, $800,000 a year, and $1.2 million a year without spending a dime in cost of goods sold.
Now that's all the time we have for today, but we'd love to answer any of your questions.
So let me start. Congrats, I remember seeing you all last year as well, so this is great to see you back. Can you talk just a little bit more about the testing that you've done so far with attorneys? Like how many cases have been reviewed and qualified, I guess, and what the follow-up process has been like as well?
So we haven't tested on actual cases.
Okay.
We've only tested on attorneys because if it's a real case, there's attorney-client privilege issues.
Got it.
However, we've taken it to, I think now, 12 different lawyer firms, and what we like to do is say, like, really push it. Like, don't just be like, oh, I have a car crash. They use specific terminology, specific things that they know after, decades of work, knowing that these are indicators of either a good case or a bad case. Somebody said, like, oh, I have back and shoulder injury. I had an x-ray for it, that's it. And it was able to call that out and put it into the summary, showing that it was something that was worth noting, because that, to a lawyer, signals that it's not that high value of a case. So it has been validated, and usually whenever we show it to them, they're impressed.
So why small law firms as a starting point? They seem like hard customers. There's a lot of potential applications for this. Lots of sales leads come into lots of businesses. Why'd you pick this one?
We've been asked this question a lot. We've had a lot of people come up to us, hey, I have an HVAC company, hey, I have an insurance company, hey, I have a, you name it. And the reason why we went with small law firms, primarily because it was top of mind whenever I did the legal company, I saw it firsthand. But second, a lot of companies that might be trying to break into this space, I can name two, they're trying to be everything to everyone. They're trying to become, the AI receptionist for every single sort of use case. And especially with lawyers, they care a lot about the detail and exactly being able to qualify clients in the way that they would want them to. And a lot of the times, if you don't have that specific niche down, you don't get the level of also ability to sell, because these large, everything to everyone type AI receptionist solutions don't really know how to sell. They don't know who to sell to. And so our plan is to expand into this vertical and then eventually go out into different niches. But we've seen lawyers essentially have their heads on fire, coming up with the craziest solutions. I mean, this is a problem that they feel so deeply, and this is such a strong part of their livelihood, and they have deep pockets.
So with the meteoric pace of AI, how concerned are you that someone else can build this and do this tomorrow?
So we've absolutely considered the possibility of even a large competitor coming into this market, and we are confident in ourselves because, one, we have the first mover advantage, but two, we have over 6 months of domain expertise being built. We understand a specific niche, and a lot of the times they require, if you're breaking into this market, a lot of understanding of the exact things that lawyers want in a product like this, and that's what we spent a lot of our time on, was actually learning what exactly it is that lawyers want to see in something like this. And so we have that, as well as we have the Microsoft partnership, which means that we have access to the OpenAI models before literally anybody else does. I don't care how deep your pockets are, unless you're OpenAI, you don't have access to GPT-4o, which we're about to have access to. We can have the actual omnimodal input, which is really exciting. So that's going to be a competitive advantage forever. And our advisors are, for lack of better words, incredible. They are really, 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 really good at what they do. They've had decades of experience, and so they've been instrumental in navigating us through every single part of what we might need to know. The one lawyer we have in our advisory board has over $500 million in recoveries, and so that is why I believe that I think we can take this competition that might come head on.
I'm curious about, you mentioned the CRM integration. Have you identified any CRMs perhaps ones that law firms typically use to integrate your product in?
Yeah. So we've looked at a few, obviously, Clio, Zoho, there's LawDirect, there's a whole bunch of different ones. But what we're planning on doing is we're saying we integrate into all, and the second that we get a first client, we're going to do integration for them. Because a lot of times if you see products that integrate into CRMs, they integrate into every CRM. And when they're startups, we just do things that don't scale. And we say, hey, give us a week, or maybe even 2 days, once we get the first one down. We get the integration down because it's pretty much the same sort of implementation after the first one. So that shouldn't be a problem in any foreseeable way.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
How are we doing? Isn't this amazing? I have so much more hope for the future than I did before this morning. So this is just incredible. Thank you all for cheering on the student teams, and excited to keep this rolling. With that, please welcome our next team to the stage, Ringo from Munster High School.
A good first impression is a necessity, whether if it's your first date.
Hey, Jenny.
Hey, nice to finally meet you. Ew, gross.
Or a job interview.
Hey, Mark. Hey, how's it going, son? What the?
Or even pickleball. Don't be like Dave and let sweaty hands ruin your first impressions. Use Ringo, the perfect solution to your sweaty hand. With Ringo, you can have those perfect first dates or even impressive job interviews. Don't sweat it with Ringo. Ringo, don't sweat it.
My hands are really sweaty. Not being able to give a solid handshake or confident presentation because of my hands has caused me lots of anxiety, destroying my confidence for many years.
Hyperhidrosis is excessive sweating that's not always related to heat or exercise. This anxiety-induced sweat can leave your hands feeling clammy and gross, killing your confidence. Heavy sweating can disrupt your day, causing social anxiety and embarrassment. Primary hyperhidrosis affects over 15.3 million Americans, just like Amin. This means that over 15.3 million Americans suffer from sweaty hands with no real solution to aid them.
This brings me back to my first job interview. Everything was going great until that dreaded handshake. When I saw the look of disgust on the interviewer's face, I knew I blew it. That's when I realized I had to make my own solution, Ringo.
Ringo is a game changer in sweaty hand relief. Our advanced formula is designed to quickly and effectively absorb the excess moisture from your hands. Just one use of the Ringo sweat reliever, and it will leave your hands feeling natural and dry. With Ringo by your side, you can kiss sweaty palms goodbye and step into any situation with confidence.
So don't sweat it because Ringo has your bag, or rather, your hands. Hi, I'm Amin Musla, CEO of Ringo.
Hi, I'm Connor Gomez, CMO of Ringo.
Hi, I'm Vasily Popgeorge, CFO of Ringo.
So the problem Ringo targets is sweaty and clammy hands. Nobody likes sweaty hands. It causes anxiety and kills your confidence. There's no other solutions that is as portable and discreet.
So what's our solution? Here you can see what we call the Ringo Sweat Reliever. It specifically is designed to absorb sweat off the human hand. Just hold it and roll it around in your hand for 15 to 20 seconds, and it not only absorbs all the sweat off your hand, but stops your hands from excessively sweating for the next 30 minutes, reducing that anxiety that comes from sweating hands and restoring your confidence.
So for our unique value, we made the sweat reliever very sleek and portable so you could carry it on you 24/7. We will also have customizable designs such as logos and even colors. We avoid the use of lotion and cream to keep away from that unwanted residue, and we last longer than other alternatives.
And then how are we innovating this field? Our innovation comes from our never-seen-before method of removing sweat from your hands. We use a product called molecular sieve. It's a lab-grown version of sand. It absorbs molecules smaller than the effective diameter of its pores. Or in not nerd talk, it's really good at taking sweat from your hands.
So for product comparison, our two biggest competitors is Carpe and Sweat Block. We are the only dry solution on the market right now. We are longer lasting, and we are the only sweat reliever under $15. As Sweat Block is portable, it's just too much work to open up the packaging, wipe your hands, worrying about where to throw it out. It's just too much work. The only thing that we do not offer is full body coverage, which we are just focusing on your hands.
Marketability. So we're going to be targeting those who suffer from hyperhidrosis, along with heavy sweaters, interviewees, public speakers, and we also want to look into athletics, as sweaty hands can cause ruptures in the skin, which Ringo can alleviate.
And then what traction have we gained so far? So actually at IUN, we made our first official sales, selling out of all of our units we brought there, making over $205 worth of revenue. Also today, we were making pre-sales at our booth, which was going pretty great. There we also gained a nice email list of people who we could contact and notify on future updates with Ringo. We're also working with a partnership with our local rock climbing gym in order to sell the Ringo sweat relievers at the front desk. We also have a branded commission with IUN in which they want personalized IU-designed Ringo packets to give out to their students. And lastly, very recently, we opened our first website, our e-commerce website, in which we're selling the pre-sale orders. And we've been using our social media, Instagram specifically, in which we have over 1,000 followers already to do free marketing and advertising for our brand.
So breaking down our cost and revenue, we're looking at 30 cents per unit of just raw materials and $2.50 for manufacturing with our Indiana-based manufacturer, Stitchworks. Sold at $10 per, we're looking at a $7.20 unit profit.
And then a quick timeline of what we've done since regionals. Firstly, we founded our LLC officially and opened a business checkings account for any purchases we have to make. It's also really good for taxes. And then we've completed multiple pre-manufacturing steps that were necessary for our manufacturing process, including communicating with our lawyer and getting our patent pending process started with our provisional patent. We've also received our quote from Stitchworks, which we've talked about in the previous slide. And then lastly, we've placed a 100-unit order, which should be received by the end of June, and they'll be able to fulfill all of our pre-orders that we've already placed. In the near future, we plan to use the prize money if we win to expand our brand and grow into more e-commerce platforms such as Amazon, and then hopefully our end goal is to reach market validation. But what is market validation? It's a very important process we learned from Innovate WithIN, in which a company wants to reach sustainability on a market. We made a 4-step process to reach our end goal of market validation, which includes preparing for manufacturing, investing in manufacturing, and then testing at different price points. Right now, we're investing in manufacturing, and we found our perfect price point is that $10 range. And hopefully, our end goal is to reach validation.
So what will we do with our $25,000? Well, we want to invest into scaling in manufacturing, aka ordering our 1,000-unit batch. We want to look into insurance costs, and eventually enter major e-commerce platforms like Amazon and TikTok Shop.
This is our tech pack, and then I'd just like to thank everyone who's helped us along the way, including our wonderful teacher, Ms. Fletch. We wouldn't be here without you. Judith, our small business counselor, who's gave us so much vital information. Helen, our wonderful mentor down at IUN, who's given us wonderful opportunities. And then the STARTedUP, Innovate, and then Butler University as a whole for hosting this wonderful pitch competition we enjoy so much. And thank you, judges, for your time. Any questions?
How many uses do you think one Ringo can handle?
So it's kind of like a timeline almost. We say 3 months is that point in which hygienics and the product just wears out, where you should definitely discard and get rid of and buy a new one. But it really does depend on how heavy of a sweater you are, just because some people sweat moderately and other people have very severe hyperhidrosis.
I kind of look at this as kind of like a niche type of product, and that's okay. But in terms of like, the folks who might say, yes, I'm a heavy sweater, and rush to buy one of these, like just help me from like a marketing standpoint. I love the video at the beginning, but like, how do you guys actually plan to go to market with this?
For market, we're trying to go directly to consumer. That's one of our paths, just through advertisement, because a lot of people, like we said, heavy sweaters, don't have other solutions out there. Other solutions aren't as discreet as portable. I could be holding a Rigo right now and you wouldn't be able to tell. Other solutions are creams or wipes. And then besides that, we're also working with planned commissions, like we said with IUN, where they could buy a big bulk order from us and then produce it to a lot of students. It is also one of those items that kind of works for like job fairs that people could give out and get their own personal branding on it, because it is so versatile and customizable.
Have you tested it with many athletes yet? I think that angle is intriguing.
Yeah, we actually have. If you guys have our executive summary there, there's one athlete, he was a varsity basketball player at our school, and he came to us and he said he sweats uncontrollably. He has a condition called hyperhidrosis, which we got into, where even when he's not exercising, he cannot control his sweat. And he used our product and he loved it, and then we just keep giving him more because he uses it for basketball and he thinks it's very versatile.
Thank you.
You gotta get this. I'm gonna grab back that.
So, in the spirit of opportunities are everywhere mindset, we'd like to welcome one of our newest partners, the Indiana State Fair. And no, it's not just for the funnel cakes. They're doing a lot for innovation and entrepreneurship, and we are going to be hosting a Alumni Association pitch competition at the State Fair this August. So, I would like to welcome Andrew Stinson, Entertainment and Events Manager for the Indiana State Fair.
Hello, everyone. My name is Andrew Stinson, and I have the pleasure of putting on the great Indiana State Fair that it happens this year on August 2nd through the 18th. We are proud to partner up with the STARTedUP Foundation, excited about the competition that will be held during this year's State Fair. What a great opportunity to partner with an organization that shares our common mission of celebrating our youth in competition. Both organizations believe in the importance of creating opportunities for young people to develop skills that will prepare them for their future success. The State Fair's vision of being a premier year-round gathering place that hosts diverse activities complements StartedUp's mission to empower students and teachers to view the world through a lens of innovation. We can't wait to host all of you on August 4th at the Indiana State Fair for this inaugural competition. Feel free to use the QR code behind me to RSVP to this event. Thank you all for having us today. It's been fascinating to watch, and I wish you all the best of luck. And from Carmel High School, please welcome our final team, EpiPatch.
Brian Bondis was a textbook Hoosier and a staple of the community in Carmel, Indiana. In mid-August of 2021, Brian suffered a severe anaphylactic attack from inhaling airborne peanut dust at a social gathering, which would in turn become fatal. Without the immediate utility of injectable epinephrine at hand, hundreds of people lose their lives each year. We at EpiPatch hope to change this. We seek to develop a wearable device that monitors for biomarkers of anaphylaxis and automatically administers epinephrine into the wearer in the event of an anaphylactic attack. Our biggest goal is to provide safety and peace of mind especially. We got you covered with EpiPatch. Thank you for listening.
All right, hello there everyone. Last but certainly not least, we are Team EpiPatch.
I'm Max Lettingham. I'm going to IU in the fall to study human biology.
My name's Adi, and I'm going to IU for the Kelley School of Business.
My name is Alexander, and I'm going to Purdue for computer science.
For a little bit on our inspiration behind our product, my cousin suffers from severe food allergies, has his entire life, and because of this, because of the worry and the potential to use an EpiPen or some other epinephrine device, he's missed out on a lot of opportunities that others were able to have.
And to kind of just further our inspiration, 1 in 20 people in the US suffer from anaphylactic-causing allergies, and even worse, 52% of them don't carry epinephrine with them.
So for a little more background information for those who may not be as well versed in this area, anaphylaxis is a severe type of allergic reaction which can be potentially life-threatening if left untreated. The symptoms that may come from anaphylactic attack are listed on the screen, and the universal solution for anaphylactic attacks is injectable epinephrine.
And to kind of just take a look at the epinephrine market currently, obviously we have the most widely known form of epinephrine, the EpiPen, the injectable form. It currently has 89% market share. Next, we have the AviQ. It's similar to the EpiPen, but it has a voice-guided control to kind of guide the user on how to use it. They have 10% market share. And lastly, the kind of lesser-known version, the Adrenaclick, kind of regarded to as a cheaper alternative to the EpiPen, as it uses less modified epinephrine.
So taking these devices into consideration, they've seen no major improvement since their invention in the 1970s. We wanted to add a touch of nuance to them, so we are engineering a wearable device that works in two parts. It monitors for specific biomarkers found only in anaphylactic attacks, as well as being able to send a wireless signal to a secondary device, which then automatically administers epinephrine into the wearer, at the same time sending a distress beacon to not only first responders, but the wearer utilizing a phone notification. So to go a little more in depth on the two parts, the first part is the monitor. This continuously monitors the blood using a cannula for two specific things, one being mast cell tryptase and the other being basophils. Now, this monitor will use antibody array technology to monitor for specific concentrations of these two chemicals. Once it is detected at a certain threshold, it will send a wireless signal to the other device, which is the injector. That device has the potential to inject up to 4 different doses of epinephrine, but automatically administers one given the signal and then sends the distress beacon like I mentioned earlier. As far as the advantages that our device brings to the table, these 5 that are listed on the screen are ones that you currently can't get on the market anywhere, let alone all together at the same time. However, our unfair advantage that comes with our device is the peace of mind that it brings the wearer. This means that the wearer won't have to worry about if they brought an EpiPen with them or having to stick themselves with a 5/8" needle in their leg or doing it wrong or not being able to in the event of a crisis.
Now onto the attraction of our product. So we conducted a survey at our local high school with people who suffered from severe specific allergies, and it indicated that 96% that would purchase EpiPatch if it were available on the market. 100% said that they believe this product will lessen their stress, and 100% also agreed that this product could save lives. In addition to the survey, we also gathered the support of specialists within our area. So Peter Marshall, a principal engineer at Eli Lilly, stated that this product has the potential to change the lives of many and in an area that is often overlooked. Now to our target market. We plan to aim to market to 3 main groups of people. First is individuals with anaphylactic reactions or risk factors. Second is parents of children with anaphylactic reactions. And lastly, caregivers and healthcare providers in different areas. So now to the business model. We plan to make our business prescription-based, and we plan to achieve that in 3 different steps. First is to build our consumer base, and that will be from direct-to-consumer advertising. Next up is the pharmacy partnerships, which we will distribute our product to them, and with that connection from the consumer and the pharmacies, they'll be able to purchase the product using a prescription, and that'll be coupled with insurance.
All right, to touch base more on the business aspect of EpiPatch, I want to look at the budget breakdown per unit, starting off with epinephrine, that we think that'll cost us roughly $30 after looking at market prices and how much we're going to need in the actual patch. Next, the most cost, the $150 for the actual production of the parts. Next, material costs, the things like the metal, the plastic involved in the actual patch, we think that'll run us $10. Next, where the magic happens, the tryptase detection sensor, we think that'll run us roughly $100, bringing our crew total to $300, and roughly a 60% return per unit, as we are going to charge $480 for it. Next, to kind of see the total possible revenue that EpiPatch could bring in, we calculated the total addressable market. To do this, we took the total number of epinephrine prescriptions there are in the US, which is 3.3 million, times that by how much we're going to charge, $480, which gives a total possible revenue of $1.58 billion. Next, what are we going to do with the $25,000? First, we're going to set aside $5,000 for initial prototype development, and next, we're going to set aside $15,000 for intellectual property, as we are seeking a design patent, and we are also in contact with the lawyer. Next, we're going to set aside $2,500 to conduct any focus groups or surveys to kind of just see how EpiPatch is perceived by the epinephrine market. Would people wear it? Would people feel safe? And lastly, we'll have $2,500 left over for any just miscellaneous expenditures that we need to spend on. But really, our goal is to take EpiPatch from a concept on this slideshow to any of you guys in the audience, anyone you love, or anyone who could benefit from this. Lastly, kind of just to further what I said before, our first step is to gain public traction, which will then in turn take us to our next step with connecting with venture capitalists, who will then provide us funding we need to further develop our prototype, which brings me to my last step, the golden step, FDA approval. But once we get that, we can roll EpiPatch out in the world and help as many people as possible. Thank you.
And go. FDA approval process for this. How long does it take? What are the steps? How much does it cost?
So when I searched it up, there's a 5-step process for it, and it should cost roughly in the thousands of dollars. That's why we set aside $15,000, just to kind of go on the high end. Versus on the timeline, we're not sure depending on how long each process takes, but I've seen some go weeks, months, even years. There's also clinical trials that need to be done, so the time span is kind of varied as of now.
So what do you think your timeline to get through those stages? Do you have like a product roadmap for how you get from stage 1 to going for FDA approval?
So with that, we plan to, so for FDA approval, first we need to do the clinical testing. So we'll have to scale up from a small participant pool. So first off, we plan to use lab rats, and after approval from the rats, we would probably scale up to smaller groups of participants, and after that approval, we would even scale it even higher. And through that, we plan to complete that in 2 years, so yeah.
When you think about this industry that's pretty much controlled by EpiPen and the folks that have these allergies, I mean, have you ever thought about maybe just licensing the technology today to the makers of EpiPen?
We've thought about it, but we have a personal connection to the actual problem, so we kind of just want to make this our own thing versus kind of leasing it to a bigger company. Kind of, Wesley touched about AJ, Max's cousin. You know, I also know people who suffer from allergies, and I feel like this would be really kind of just wholesome and personal to kind of be able to yes, I can help you, rather than selling it off to a big name brand.
Following up on Aaron's question, have you thought about or looked into more of a minimal viable product, like an MVP version of this, maybe without the detector or something a little less than that you could go to market faster?
Yeah, so initially, or not initially, but through the product development along this timeline, we have thought about just maybe separating the product into a monitor system itself, just to give the alert to the wearer that they are facing an anaphylactic crisis, and a product like that could still be just as helpful for individuals.
From a competition perspective, have you seen anything else out on the market that is similar to your product?
No, nothing is currently being developed at this area of the technology. There are improvements being made to standard EpiPens in ease of use, but apart from that, there's nothing currently viable on this scale.
Good job, guys. Thank you.
You guys, how about all of the student teams? Please give them a round of applause. It's absolutely incredible. And really want to emphasize that so many of these students have been working on this for almost the entire school year, if not years. And there's so many students that are not seen here today that have really been able to build out their businesses and transform their mindset. So thank you all for supporting everyone. Let's keep it going and the momentum going, and excited to continue to support these teachers and students. So with that, at this time, our judges will begin their deliberation. I'm so sorry, this is gonna be tough. And so we will, during this time, we're gonna have everyone go eat lunch in the Fairview room. So when you leave this building, you will take a left and follow the people directing you that way. It's just right across the street. And during this time, we'll have the students eat first, so please let them go through. I know they're hungry. And then after that, the students will be at their booths in the lobby out here for the student showcase from 1:15 to 1:45. So be sure to come back and see them and connect with them. And as a final reminder, the People's Choice Award voting is still open until 1 o'clock, so there's still time. Be sure to vote for your favorite team. The team with the most votes will receive $1,500. So please scan the QR code, visit startedupfoundation.org/PCA. We will return at 2 o'clock promptly for our awards presentation. So thank you all so much, and see you soon.
All righty. You know what? Welcome back. You know, the best part of why we're running late is that everybody's having these great conversations outside. So I in some ways want to apologize that we're running behind it, and in some ways I don't want to apologize at all. Because the whole point of being here is to make sure you connect with these people, connect with the people that we are honored to have here. Obviously, Governor Holcomb's out there talking to all the students. Representative Carrie Hamilton is also here talking to a lot of students. There she is. Like, yes, like it's this kind of, yes, hands, please, yes. It's this kind of support that I just love, and I'm going to try to get through, because, man, last year, if you guys remember, I was an emotional mess, but I love this so much, so thank you for being patient and connecting with our students. I now want to take this opportunity to once again thank Butler University and this Lacy School of Business for making this event possible. It is my pleasure here to share a few words. Please welcome James Danko, President of Butler University.
Well, thank you and good afternoon. How did the day go? Pretty good? All right. Well, we're excited to have you here. We're always thrilled at Butler when we could have the intersection of education and creativity and innovation and entrepreneurship. And we're delighted to have you here and our students. I guess this is an exciting moment to see how things turn out for you all. So I really appreciate being able to come over and welcome you all. I also certainly want to extend my thanks to everyone that has been supportive of the program. Our governor, of course, local business leaders, and certainly most importantly, our very talented students. One of the reasons I am also particularly excited to see this is even though I look like a old president of a university right now, when I was 19, I actually started my own business in Cleveland, Ohio, in the home medical equipment, later fitness equipment industry. And for 17 years, my entrepreneurial background supported me until I decided to move in another direction and go into the world of higher education. So it's really exciting to see our high school students, some I know just about in college, at this point in their life, and I commend you for doing that. I could also tell you from personal experience that there are challenges. There'll be times where you will have some kind of failure or two, and it gets frustrating, but those things are all the path to success. And working through those types of issues and pursuing your dreams and your ambitions and not giving up, you'll be so much better for it. I can also tell you it's a heck of a lot easier doing it at your age or when I was 19 than it is 20, 30 years later in time. So keep pursuing your dreams and keep up your ambitions for entrepreneurship. It's a great thing for our community and certainly for the state. And speaking of the state, my big job here is to introduce our governor, Governor Eric Holcomb, and it dawns on me, Governor, that this is one of the, God, there's not going to be too many more times I'm going to have the honor of doing this. I'm not even sure if it'll happen before he leaves office, but what an incredible leader he has been for the state and certainly for Butler University. Well, he's a neighbor. He comes on campus. I think he uses our rec facility. I'm not going to challenge him in any push-up contest right now or anything, but we are just so fortunate to have had such a great governor in charge of our state. So with that, I'm going to turn you over to the very capable hands of Governor Eric Holcomb.
Thank you, President Danko, and I would embarrass myself in any kind of, my Navy days are long, long behind me. That was a different life, but it is good to be back here, and it is actually somewhat sentimental to be thinking about many of these formal duties that I have are the last time I'll do as governor, but I'm still well aware of why you are all here and what's right around the corner, and that's learning the outcomes of the judging. And I've told Don, congratulations, by the way, to you and the entire team, that I would rather do just about anything in the world than be a judge of all of the projects every single year. And this year, just in the brief time I've been able to interact with some of the inventors and innovators, just blown away. every single year I leave and think I'm just optimistic and I'm hopeful about the future just because of the perspective that the contestants bring to this by seeing how to do things faster or cleaner or more efficiently or improve the quality of life or improve the quality of a product. And I get pretty jazzed up just because that's the way we see the state of Indiana. We always take in everything that we do, no matter what front we're thinking about, whether it's education or health or economic development or infrastructure or community development, we're always thinking about kind of where we were 10 years ago, where we are right now, and where we want to be. And to have these fresh sets of eyes that are looking at, there's a gap, there's a void, there's a need, here's how we can do it better, here was a monopoly that can be addressed. That's an enormous sense of pride or source of pride for not just a governor or a president of a university. That should be a source of pride for every community in the state of Indiana, and that's what really strengthens us. And so we'll continue to try to do our part as a state to cultivate not just the talent, but the drive to invent and the drive to innovate well into the future. If you see the investments that we're making, whether you're a teacher, thank you by the way, or the school corp that has embraced this program, it continues to grow, which is another, you're either growing or dying. And for the state of Indiana to be growing at this early stage of development is exciting, and that's exactly what we're taking to all these different sectors. And I've seen people from our administration, whether in economic development or the Applied Research Institute, or you name it, we're leaning into a hydrogen hub. We're leaning into biotech. We're leaning into microelectronics. We're leaning into a One Health Innovation District. We aim to be, this is not me exaggerating, but we aim to be the epicenter of plant, animal, and human health discovery right here in the state of Indiana. And we can do that no matter what quadrant you live in of the state or in central Indiana. It's coming through you all, which is so incredibly cool to just think about. We're not waiting 10, 20, 30 years to determine where we're going to be in 10 or 20 years. So with that, I know that the awards are going to be, or the winners are going to be recognized, but it's not cliche or don't want to, every single person that's here has the capability of not just reflecting the best among us for the state of Indiana, but I just can't wait to see where every one of these ideas are 10 years from now, because truly the state of Indiana is leading the way when it comes to innovation, and it's starting at an increasingly earlier stage of life. So with that, we'll continue to listen to Don when he says more VC, more hubs, more, all the resources that get into the hands of those who are creating. Thank you all very much. Congrats, too.
Stick right there. Sorry, kids, one more emotional moment. Oh, you there? Oh, there we go. One more emotional plea, because I know you guys are dying to know. I will say this, and matter of fact, I'd like to give credit where credit's due. If you're on my team, please come out. Kevin, Hunter, everybody. Allie. I'll start from the very beginning. I had, even Robert, where are you at? I know Robert's filming. Robert's filming. From the very beginning, this started off as a class. One of my former students decided to help grow this. Another by the way, seriously, every background thing that's ever been done is Hunter. Please give him a hand. All the outreach, and you guys have the nicest front end person. Give Allie a hand. The person that knows how to decode our madness and our chief of staff, who makes everything run unbelievably well, Kristen Fuller. Our newest and Aura fellow, who's been also learning under Allie Lenishmet, or Allie Curtis, McKinney Houston. Our camera and video guy, Robert, also a former student. And our newest employee shows that nepotism is live and well, Ava Wettrick. And the guy that had the longest job interview ever, and I saved the best for last, a teacher from Richmond, Indiana, who came to visit our classroom in Noblesville several years ago, volunteered for our company, and that literally put every single detail of this thing together. I mean, everything. Kevin Shamel. And several years ago, when I was helping out, David Roberts believed in this from the IDC, and then David Watkins also took that torch and ran it. And from the first year, when it was 100 students, I don't think that there's another governor that shows up to an event where it was not very many students. And for Governor Holcomb to believe in it, not miss a final, and constantly give the students feedback and constantly give the support, it's an emotional moment for us that this is your last one. This has been championed, and we are really moved forward by Governor Holcomb. So one last round of applause for Governor Holcomb. Appreciate it. Keeping it together, keeping it together. I don't know who won. Who was? Do we have the? Skip strike. And now the candidates. Each year, our team selects an educator who exemplifies the mission of the STARTedUP Foundation, who's relentless. Oh, this is my favorite part. Who is relentless in their pursuit of connecting their students to opportunities. It is my pleasure. All right. Again, we are where we are because of our teachers. Our fellowship is unreal. They give unbelievable amount of hours and time and dedication. And all of our teachers are winners. But this is long overdue. It is my pleasure to introduce the 2024 STARTedUP Teacher of the Year, Jose Moda. Who, while he's walking up here, he may not be bragging about what he does, but he, the state of Indiana had 2 Forbes 30 under 30 entrances this year. 2 Forbes 30 under 30. They're his students.
I don't really know what to say. Kind of unexpected. All I can say is that I'm here because of my students. The hard work that they put in, the belief that they have in themselves, and the mentorship that they give to each other. You guys, everybody before you, and so I can only thank the students who believe in themselves to keep pushing, and that's it.
Could our teacher fellows that are here, could you wave your hands in the air and wave them around like you just go there? Boom, 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 boom. There's like 10 of them. Once again, like wave, like find them and thank them. Like, oh, they're so awesome. All right. Woo. All right. The votes have been tabulated, and the winner of the 2024 People's Choice Award is Ringo!
Don't show up, don't come out, don't start caring about me now. Walk away, you know how. Don't start caring about me now. Aren't you the guy who tried to hurt me with the word goodbye? Though it took some time to survive you, I'm better on the other side.
We'd like to now invite the judges to share a few final thoughts and remarks on, yes, come on up to the stage and share a final few thoughts and remarks.
I got up here first. Hey, boy, a big hand to everybody who's participated. The group that put this together, the students, teachers, this is just incredible. If you think about it, everything around us, everything that you see was built by entrepreneurs of different flavors and sorts, but built by entrepreneurs. We need more entrepreneurs in the world, a lot more of them. We have really big problems to solve. We need more entrepreneurs, and we need more of them to be successful. So those of you who are starting on your entrepreneurial journey, who are pitching today, keep going. Keep going. No matter what the results are today, to be here is amazing. Keep going. You got big problems ahead of you to solve, big solutions, and a bright future.
Wow, you should all be proud of yourself. The phenomenal talent today. This is just the beginning for you. So it was very hard to make decisions today, and you all did excellent. So you should be very proud of yourselves.
So for many of you, for most people here don't know, I was one of the only judges that was through all of the regional competitions and had the pleasure and privilege of being able to judge today. The one thing I can say is have fun. There's plenty of things in life that are going to be difficult. They've brought up many of the things, like we need more entrepreneurs. Even if you're not owning your own business, you can still be an entrepreneur, whether you are innovating in your work life, if you're innovating how things are going to be done on campus. There are a million ways that you can be an entrepreneur. So today is not no. Today is not today. Today is tomorrow. There's a lot of things coming for you, and I am so very proud. You made it hard for us. We had the entire time going through and deliberating here, so be very proud of the work that you've done. And congratulations to teachers and parents for supporting these folks.
I'll echo everything that's been said thus far, but just from a personal standpoint, I actually get to spend my whole career around successful entrepreneurs, successful investors, folks in the tech industry, and I try to make it a point to participate in events like this because this is the future. This is like really what I wake up in the morning and get excited about. So, from that standpoint, all the companies that pitched today, please take a bow, run with this as long as you can, but know that, being an entrepreneur is tough, and the fact that you were able to reach this point, just look at it as a starting point. There's so many more greater things that you have, I think, planned ahead for you in your future. So thank you.
So I will end with a ditto. Students, every single one of you, a winner and a star. Family members, your hearts and your souls have poured into these kiddos and everything they do, so we salute you. Teachers, it's been said, I'll say it again, it doesn't happen without you, so thank you. You have the governor here, you have the president of the university here, you have so many people who are pouring into this because it is so critically important, and how fortunate we all are to be a part of it, aren't we? So many things to be grateful for. Thank you on behalf of Lacy School of Business for being here with us and Butler University. We hope that you'll come back. We hope that you'll enjoy and have safe travels the rest of your weekend, the rest of your summer. Students, you're off to Washington, D.C. Not a bad way to wrap up this whole thing. So thank you again and congratulations.
All right. Yeah, I was going to say stay up here. Do you have? All right. I don't know the results. This year's third place winner in receiving $2,500 is ShellSafe.
If you're feeling like you need a little bit of company, you met me at the perfect time. You want me, I want you, baby. My sugar boo, I'm levitating. The Milky Way, we're renegading. Yeah, 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 yeah. I got you, moonlight. You're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating. You, moonlight. You're my starlight. I need you
I'm one of the greatest, ain't no debating on it. I'm still levitated, I'm heavily medicated. Ironic, I gave him love and they end up hating on me. She told me she loved me and she been waiting. Been fighting hard for your love and I'm running thin on my patience. Needing someone to hug, even took it back to the basics. You see what you got me out here doing?
This year's second place winner, receiving $5,000, is Safety Glow.
I'm all good already, so moved on, it's scary. I'm not where you left me at all. So, if you don't wanna see me dancing with somebody, if you wanna believe that anything could stop me, don't show up, don't come out, don't start caring about me now. Walk away, you know how. Don't start caring about me now. Aren't you the guy who tried to?
All right,
hurt me with
today's
the
first
way-
place winner will receive $25,000 thanks to the Buckingham Foundation.
Tastes like salt
Here to
from the
share a
flame
few words on
wall.
their behalf, please welcome Emily Bergman.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for the warm welcome. First of all, I wanted to say thank you to the STARTedUP Foundation for putting on today's event, as well as advocating on behalf of young entrepreneurs across the state. The Buckingham Foundation is truly so thankful and grateful to be partnering with you today. Entrepreneurship is something that is very near and dear, not only to the Buckingham Foundation, but also to our president, CEO, and former Indiana Secretary of Commerce, Brad Chambers, who also started his business in high school. So to all of the participants today, great job. I was looking at your presentations out there, and it's truly so inspiring to see the next generation of young entrepreneurs come out and do an amazing job. With that said, I am honored on behalf of the Buckingham Foundation to be presenting this year's winner with a $25,000 check to continue on with their entrepreneurial spirit. So with that,
Breathe me in, breathe me out.
this year's winners from Signature School is Pace Blood AI. Congratulations to Ethan, Emily, and Kevin.
I don't know if I could ever go without watermelon sugar high, watermelon sugar high, watermelon sugar high, watermelon sugar high, watermelon sugar. Strawberries on a summer evening. Baby, you're the end of June. I want your belly and that summer feeling, getting washed away in you. Breathe me in, breathe me out. I don't know if I could ever go without watermelon sugar high, 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 watermelon sugar high. I just wanna taste it, I just wanna taste it, watermelon sugar high. Tastes like
Oh, wow.
strawberries
Thank you
on
so
a summer
much.
evening.
It's
And
actually
it
in my
sounds-
sophomore year. I'm gonna go back for a second. I was playing a ton of video games, and like that was my whole thing. I was just like, I think video games is my path to become a millionaire. And then I found out about this thing because of Carrie, because of Mr. Moda actually. He did this thing called Innovate WithIN, and I said, there's one thing I'm gonna do in my junior year, and it's gonna make the state finals of Innovate WithIN, and I did it. And then that was incredible. That was really, really awesome. And then I thought this year I was like, I got something I'm really excited to do. Maybe I'll try it again. And then I put myself in, and it is. Thank you.
Also want to share something Talent, I hope you don't mind me saying what I told you behind stage. Okay. When Tolan first started this, I was like, presentation wasn't his thing. And the where he was now versus where he is, this team that you guys have assembled is just fantastic. Just seeing your maturation, also seeing you from last year saying, I want to move on. Like getting state wasn't good enough and I want to win. So congratulations to them all. Yes, one last round. As I wrap with everybody here, thank you again to our host, Butler University and Lacy School of Business. This is just another amazing event that they have helped us put on. But all the students, and man, I try not to get emotional, like if you're here, you won. And I just had a parent stop me and say that, like I get it now. What they've gotten over the last really several months from their teachers, what they've gotten in workshops from this program, the mentors that they've met, the ones that didn't make it quite to state, the people they get to meet. I am hoping that I know these students for the next 20 years, which will make me 72, but our organization, is why the rest of our team's so young, we are, this sometimes hurts of not seeing everyone win, and at the same time, you have won if you're here. Please join us August 4th for the Alumni Showcase and Pitch Competition at the Indiana State Fair. We'd love to see you out there. But also, we've grown because people say what they just witnessed. In the beginning, we used to get a lot of compliments like, I didn't know it was going to be this good. Help us spread the word. If you know of that teacher that needs to be in this fellowship, talk to one of the teachers, talk to us, pass along the good word. We always need support, and we always need more mentors, and we always need just positive public relations out of this. So it is with my extreme honor to again thank this amazing team, all the students, all the teachers, Governor Holcomb on his last run with us at Innovate. Well, we want you back next year. Thank you so much for coming out. This means the world to us. Appreciate you guys coming out. All students, if you can come up here and we get a group photo, we'd like that, please.
Breathe me in, breathe me out. I don't know if I could ever go without. I'm just thinking out loud. I don't know if I could ever go without. Watermelon sugar high, watermelon sugar high, watermelon sugar high, watermelon sugar high, watermelon sugar. Strawberries on a summer evening. Baby, you're the end of June. I want your belly and that summer feeling, getting washed away in you. Breathe me in, breathe me out. I don't know if I could ever go without. Watermelon sugar high, 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 watermelon sugar high. I just wanna taste it, I just wanna taste it, watermelon sugar high. Tastes like strawberries on a summer evening, and it sounds just like a song. I want your belly and that summer feeling. I don't know if I could ever go without. Watermelon sugar high, 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 watermelon sugar high. I just wanna taste it, I just wanna taste it, It's beautiful, it's bittersweet. You're like a broken home to me. I take a shot of memories and black out like an empty street. I fill my days with the way you walk and fill my nights with broken dreams. I make up lies inside my head like one day you'll come back to me. Now I'm not holding on, not holding on. I'm just afraid to show up on. Not holding on, not holding on. Beautiful mistakes I make inside my head. She's naked in my bed, and I will lie awake, making beautiful mistakes. I wouldn't take them back. I'm in love with the past, and I will lie awake, making beautiful mistakes. Na na na, in my head. Na na na, in my bed. Na na na, making beautiful. It's pitiful. I can't believe how every day gets worse for me. I take a break, I cut you off to keep myself from looking soft. I fill my nights with the way you was and still wake up with broken dreams. I make these lies inside my head feel like they're my reality. Now I'm not holding on, not holding on. I'm just depressed to show up on. Not holding on, not holding on. Beautiful mistakes I make inside my head. She's naked in my bed, and I will lie awake, making beautiful mistakes. I wouldn't take them back. I'm in love with the past, and I will lie awake, making beautiful mistakes. Na na na, in my head. Na na na, in my bed. Na na na, making beautiful mistakes.
You did me wrong cause I let you. Usually I like my situations beneficial. Doing something different, got me looking stupid. The only way I'm coming back to you is if you're dreaming. Lucid, prove it. If you made a promise, then keep it. Why you wanna lie and then get mad? I don't believe it. But really, I was doing just fine without you. Looking fine, sipping wine, dancing on club couches. Baby, why you wanna lose me like you don't need me? Like I don't block you and you still try to reach me. How you figure out how to count me from the TV? You running out of chances and this time I mean it. Yeah, bet you miss my love all in your bed. Now you're stressing out, pulling your hair, smelling your pillows and wishing I was there. Sliding down the shower wall, looking sad. I know it's hard to let go, I'm the best. Best you ever had and best you gon' get. And if we break up, I don't wanna be friends. You're toxic.
Beautiful mistakes I make inside my head. She's naked in my bed, and I will lie awake, making beautiful mistakes. I wouldn't take them back. I'm in love with the past, and I will lie awake, making beautiful mistakes. Na na na, in my head. Na na na, in my bed. Na na na, making beautiful mistakes. Na na na, in my head. Na na na, in my bed. Na na na, making beautiful mistakes.
Waiting for the time to pass you by. Hope the winds of change will change your mind. I could give 1,000 reasons why, and I know you, and you've got to make it on your own, but we don't have to grow up, we can stay forever young. Living on my sofa, drinking rum and cola underneath the rising sun. I could give 1,000 reasons why, but you're going, and you know that all you have to do is stay a minute. Just take your time, the clock is ticking, so stay. All you have to do is wait a second. Your hands on mine, the clock is ticking, so stay.
talking in my sleep at night, making myself crazy. Out of my mind, out of my mind. Wrote it down and read it out, hoping it would save me. Too many times, too many times. My love, he makes it feel like nobody else, nobody else. But my love, he doesn't love me, so I tell myself, one, don't pick up the phone. You know he's only calling 'cause he's drunk and